Chapter 16:31. A thought suddenly occurred to the heavenly goddess Luck, and she stared intently at Eteonyun. You know so much. Are you going to investigate the evil spirit tribe? She recalled that Eteonyun had a puppet, so it would be a good idea to use that evil spirit puppet. That's right. I plan to go there and investigate the situation, Eteonyun replied. Take me with you? The heavenly goddess Luck's eyes immediately lit up. No, that's too dangerous. Eteonyun immediately refused. Even though he could take her with him, it wasn't very convenient. If he could go on his own, then he would definitely go on his own. Most importantly, there were some things that he couldn't let her know. Otherwise, it could easily lead to trouble. My cultivation base is higher than yours, yet you're not afraid. So why should I be? The heavenly goddess Luck pouted with displeasure. It's not the same. If you come out to fight, you'll be exposed very easily. If that happens, all of my plans will be ruined. Eteonyun looked at her and said, So you just stay here. If you want to know more details, wait for me to come back. I see. Heavenly goddess Luck couldn't hide her disappointment as she looked up at Eteonyun and said, Then can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Eteonyun asked. Help me find an evil spirit tribe being. His name is Gokai. The heavenly goddess Luck's eyes were extremely cold. Find him, then come back and report to me. I'll reward you handsomely. Gokai, that's not a problem. Did he offend you? Eteonyun asked. The heavenly goddess Luck looked up at Eteonyun, and Eteonyun could see an extremely cold, killing intent in her eyes. He killed my little sister. Eteonyun fell silent. He didn't think that this would be such a heavy topic. After a while, he nodded. No problem. I'll help you find him. What if I bring him back to you alive? If you can capture him alive, then I'll become an elder of your force forever, not just a guest elder, and I'll teach him my martial arts to help you develop your force. Heavenly goddess Luck promised in an earnest manner. That's ruthless enough. Eteonyun smiled and said, No problem. I like this answer very much. It's decided then. At that time, I will definitely capture him alive for you to deal with. After saying that, they continued to wander around the area. As they continued to wander around, a guard flew over and said, Elder Fortune, the Protectorate Lord wants you and this Lord to go together. So fast. The heavenly god of Luck faltered upon hearing this. It had only been a few weeks, and the Fecta region ruler was already telling them to go back. She didn't ask any more questions and immediately flew back with Eteonyun. When he returned to the Fecta Domain Lord's room, the Fecta Domain Lord was still circling around the ghoul puppet and seemed to be sizing it up. Fecta region leader, what is it? Heavenly goddess Luck asked. You're back. The Fecta Domain Lord stroked his chin with furrowed brows as he looked at the ghoul puppet. This is so miraculous. No matter how I try to imitate it, I'm unable to completely replicate it. I can only imitate it to a certain extent, but there's always something missing. At this moment, Eteonyun discovered that there was an identical being beside him. It didn't appear to be any different, but there was a significant cultivation-based disparity, and its aura was also nowhere near as realistic as Eteonyun's. It's missing a soul, Eteonyun replied after a brief moment of thought. It's missing a soul. The Fecta Domain Lord faltered upon hearing this before slapping his own head. I almost forgot about that. No wonder I felt like something was missing. It's a soul. But if I were to insert the ghoul puppet's soul into it, wouldn't I be controlled by them? He fell into deep thought again, and no one knew what he was thinking. Eteonyun, who was next to him, was deeply shocked. He didn't think that the Fecta Domain Lord would be able to replicate the ghoul puppet in such a short time. There were some differences, but they were basically the same. Now, the only difference was the cultivation base and the soul. However, the soul was indeed very important. And there was also the blood energy within it. These 2 points were the only things that he felt were different. As long as these 2 points were taken care of, he could perfectly imitate the ghoul puppet. In fact, he could even say that it was no different from the ghoul puppet. Once he succeeded, he would be able to launch an absolute counterattack. The Fecta domain would immediately create a large number of ghoul puppets and attack the ghoul race together. No one would be able to tell who was on their side, and they would be able to lay in ambush there to gather more information. They would also be able to kill the ghoul race in secret. Unfortunately, these 2 points were the hardest to achieve. In fact, they could even be said to be the most difficult task to accomplish. Therefore, the Fecta domain lord was thinking about how to solve these 2 problems. Although he hadn't succeeded, it was already quite amazing that he could produce a 70 to 80% replica. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to produce something as exquisite as this. The Fecta domain was indeed the Fecta domain. Its abilities far surpassed the other divine regions. How did you solve it? The Fecta domain lord suddenly turned to look at Etianian. But after he asked, he shook his head and said, "No, that's not right. This is a secret of yours. Pretend I never said anything." The Fecta domain lord answered his own question again. It was obvious that the situation had stumped him. "I'm almost done with this ghoul puppet. I can give it back to you now. If it wasn't yours, I would have cut it into pieces and studied every detail." The Fecta domain lord was still looking at the ghoul puppet reluctantly. If he had obtained it, he would have cut it into pieces. Etianian looked at the ghoul puppet that looked no different from being cut into pieces. Was there really a difference? Its limbs had been cut open, and many of its insides had been cut open. Then, the Fecta domain lord had repaired it. What difference did it make? However, he couldn't be bothered to care. The Fecta domain lord had already repaired it for him. There's no point in cutting it into pieces. This is the key point. How you deal with it is up to you. That's all I can say. Etianian had a meaningful look on his face. The Fecta domain lord's eyes flashed. Then he smiled and said, "I'll test it out in the near future. There are a lot of ghoul race clansmen here, anyway." He chuckled. This old man looked like an old man, but his smile was very sinister. A chill ran down Etienne's spine. It looked like the ghoul race clansmen were going to be in trouble. Then about the alliance. Etienne had come here to form an alliance, not to stroll around. Chapter 1632. The heavenly god Luck was enraged by the Fecta domain ruler's abdication of responsibility. She didn't think that the Fecta domain ruler would be so irresponsible. However, after thinking about it, she could only accept it. The Fecta domain ruler had always been like this. He was always focused on research. All the other elders were like this as well. Many of the internal affairs were left to the other elders. To put it bluntly, they weren't very interested in power, and it could even be said that they couldn't be bothered to care about it. However, due to their cultivation base and reputation, they were able to sit in these positions. As such, this was a very common occurrence. If there were other elders around, the Fecta domain ruler would do the same. He directly threw this task to an elder at the side and let them handle these trivial matters. The Fecta domain ruler has always been like this. "Let me sign an alliance with you." The heavenly god Luck was very exasperated. It looked like the Fecta domain ruler wouldn't say anything even if she became a guest elder or an elder. As long as she could manage the affairs here well, she could do whatever she wanted. All right, Etienne couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the Fecta domain ruler continue his research. No wonder this place was so prosperous. They had always strived for perfection, and were constantly researching all kinds of things. How could the Fecta domain not become stronger? They then signed an alliance agreement stating that the Fecta domain would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. They only did this because they didn't want to expose the Fecta domain. Eteonian didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, they just had to sign an alliance agreement. At the very least, they wouldn't be enemies in the future. Instead, they would be close allies. After signing the agreement, the heavenly god, Luck, looked at him. I have some matters to attend to here, so I can't go to your faction for now. That's all right. We can talk about that later. There's no need to rush for now. Eteonian smiled. If there's nothing else, it's time for me to go. Wait a minute. The heavenly god, Luck, took out a badge and handed it to him. This is the special badge that will allow you to enter the Fecta domain. Without this badge, you won't be able to enter. Remember, don't lose it. This is a very serious matter. Don't worry, I won't lose it unless I die. Eteonian accepted the badge. This was the key to entering the Fecta domain, so there was no way he would lose it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about taking a detour in the future, and he wouldn't have to go through the complicated passageways. Your luck is better than mine. How could you die? The heavenly god of Luck's expression gradually became serious. I'll leave the rest to you. Actually, if it's possible, I really want to go with you. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Eteonian still refused to go with heavenly god Luck. It was best for him to do things on his own. After leaving the Fecta divine realm, Eteonian immediately flew to the evil spirit race's distribution point. If he wanted to go to the evil spirit race's distribution point, he would first have to go to the 5th grade divine domain area. Actually, this was not difficult. There was no special barrier between the two, such as a special barrier or something that could not be passed through. From here, one would only need to fly for a relatively long time before they could enter the rank 5 god realm. His way back was also through the Temple of Luck, so he had to fly directly from the Myriad World's celestial realm to the grade 5 celestial realm. Along the way, Eteonian began to study the Fecta divine fan on the spirit ship. This was the treasure of the previous Fecta ruler. Now, it was just a pile of scrap metal, and its former glory was nowhere to be seen. The Fecta divine fan is rumored to be able to predict the future. At the same time, it is extremely lethal. A wave of the fan can also create terrifying divine winds that can sweep through everything. Eteonian was very interested in this thing, and he immediately began to repair it. He opened up the fusion mode and immediately tossed the Fecta divine fan into it. Then he tossed in all the heavenly venerate spirit treasures. All of this was to repair the Fecta divine fan. He wanted to repair as much as he could. After the fusion, the Fecta divine fan began to repair bit by bit, but the speed was rather slow. This was all because the heavenly venerate spirit treasures he tossed in were simply too low grade. They were all lower-level heavenly venerate spirit treasures, and the most powerful ones were intermediate heavenly venerate spirit treasures. The effects would definitely not be very good. If he wanted the best effects, he would definitely toss in heavenly god spirit treasures. But where would he get heavenly god spirit treasures from? He had killed so many heavenly gods, but not a single one had dropped. The main thing was that they had yet to refine one, so it was extremely difficult to get one to drop. As a heavenly god, it was really embarrassing to be unable to refine heavenly god spirit treasures. But the truth was that it required too many materials. All in all, it actually meant one thing: poor. Hence, those who could refine heavenly god spirit treasures either had a perfect collection of materials or were overflowing with wealth. In short, heavenly gods who saw heavenly god spirit treasures were definitely very powerful and not easy to deal with. Although the grade was a little low, it was still repaired bit by bit. The Fecta Divine Fan quickly began to restore its original appearance. The original frame of the Divine Fan still had many broken parts. Now, it was being repaired bit by bit, and the same was happening to the fan surface. It was being repaired rapidly, and its grade was also gradually increasing. Finally, when it was successfully restored to a lower-level heavenly god spirit treasure, its appearance was basically repaired, and it had some of its original effects. It was originally an upper-level heavenly god spirit treasure, but now it was only a lower-level heavenly god spirit treasure. Most of its functions definitely had not been repaired. Fortunately, it seemed that it had been repaired by almost half, and the overall effect was quite good. Almost all of the lower-level heavenly venerable spirit treasures and middle-level heavenly venerable spirit treasures have been used, and I've only barely recovered to a lower-level heavenly god spirit treasure. It's really difficult. Tianyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he continued to use it, he would really be poor. No wonder those heavenly gods couldn't refine it. The materials needed were too many. If he hadn't killed many heavenly venerables, he really wouldn't have been able to fill this gap. When he held the Fecta Divine Fan tightly, he felt a warm and jade-like feeling. It was clearly a fan, but it gave him the feeling that it was a piece of jade. He gently fanned it, and the divine seal on it began to flash. A ray of light flowed along his palm and toward his head. With a flash of light, he immediately saw images. Then, he quickly stretched out his hand and put away the Fecta Divine Fan. Then, he flew out of the spirit ship and continued to fly forward. A moment later, he saw a spirit ship flying over. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of evil spirit race powerhouses. As expected, I met them. Chapter 1633. The legendary Ursi Divine Fan could predict in advance. Now, Tianyun could immediately sense it. He could predict about half an incense stick of time in advance. However, he could only deduce what he would encounter in half an incense stick of time, and he couldn't speculate what others would encounter. Unless the Ursi Divine Fan was given to them to use, they wouldn't be able to deduce it. This was already quite heaven-defying. It meant that when fighting with others, he could constantly deduce their attack methods. Wasn't that heaven-defying? The answer was indeed quite heaven-defying. Every time he attacked, he would have to predict it. After all, as Tianyun broke the other party's attack method, the other party would definitely change it immediately. This meant that predicting the situation in half an incense stick of time in advance would be ineffective. The future could be known, but under Tianyun's interference, it would immediately be changed. No matter what, this Ursi Divine Fan was truly a divine fan to Tianyun. It's a human powerhouse. Swallow him. There were many evil spirit race powerhouses on the spirit ship. There were several Empyrean-level powerhouses and one Empyrean-level powerhouse. They shuttled back and forth unscrupulously, and their activities became even more ordinary. This made Tianyun feel that something was about to happen. Their activities weren't that frequent before, but they had become more and more frequent recently. This meant that the battle between the god emperors was truly about to descend. Even if the evil spirits hadn't resurrected, they all began to move crazily. Either they were carrying out a rescue plan, or there was another extremely powerful existence on the level of evil spirits. Following that, this group of evil spirits quickly rushed over. Two of the evil spirit Empyreans rushed over and surrounded Tianyun. They opened their bloody mouths, wanting to suck Tianyun dry. Both of them were at the upper Empyrean level, so it was definitely more than enough to deal with Tianyun's middle Empyrean level. However, Tianyun smiled. When they attacked, he had already disappeared, causing them to pounce on empty air. What's going on? Where did he go? After they missed, They looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what had happened. Such a big, living person had disappeared in front of them, just like that. The key was that they hadn't even sensed him before he disappeared. Just as they were confused, an evil spirit race rushed over from afar. Their gazes turned cold as they locked onto him. When he realized that it was an expert of the same race, the vigilance in his eyes quickly disappeared. I was chasing after a human just now. Did you guys find him? The evil spirit race that flew over anxiously asked. He is very strange. He often disappears. And even if we want to catch him, we won't be able to. We saw it just now. It suddenly disappeared. It's a bit like teleportation, but this kind of teleportation is very strange. We didn't sense anything at all. They shook their heads. Now that they had completely lost all clues, they didn't know how to pursue. Forget it. Let's go back and ask the Lord. What about you? What mission are you on? Me? I completed my mission a long time ago. Originally, I wanted to go back and report, but who knew that I would see a human brat? He wanted to chase after me, but he slipped away right in front of my eyes. The upper Empyrean evil spirit shook his head. Since you've completed the mission, come with us. After all, you'll have to move out immediately after you return. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit said, right now, everyone is mainly carrying out this mission. It's the same for everyone, especially those with higher cultivation. All right, I'll go with you to carry out the mission, the upper Empyrean Evil Spirit said. After the upper Empyrean Evil Spirit finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. He was not the real evil spirit race, but Itianyun. Itianyun did not kill them all. It was very easy to kill them, but it was meaningless. He wanted to know which area this group of evil spirit race wanted to go to and what mission they wanted to do. Thus, after attracting their attention, he quickly disappeared and pretended to be an evil spirit race that had rushed over to kill them as a perfect disguise. Following them back to the spirit ship, the leader of the evil spirit race said, Lord Ao Yuan, that human brat suddenly disappeared just now. We were completely unable to find his whereabouts. He must have used some sort of treasure to leave. This is a fellow race member who just happened to pass by and said that he would carry out a mission with us. They were very respectful, and Itianyan also pretended to be very respectful. The evil spirit race was extremely strict about ranks, and it could even be said to be harsh. The lower ranks had to have absolute obedience to the higher ranks, so they had to be very respectful. Heavenly God, Ao Yuan, looked at them coldly and nodded. Forget it. There are many cultivators like this who rely on treasures, so there's no need to care about them. Anyway, it won't be long before they all become our slaves. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with scarlet light, as if everything was under his control. Yi Tianyan's eyes flickered, but he did not say much. As they continued to fly, Yi Tianyan asked around, and soon found out what their mission was. Previously, he said that he had just completed the mission and was preparing to return to the headquarters, which was a good cover. Before he returned, he naturally would not know what his current mission was. Their current mission was very simple, which was to set up a teleportation portal, which was set up in many areas. If they encountered any cultivators along the way, they would, of course, kill them. Setting up a teleportation portal, Yi Tianyan immediately knew what they wanted to do. They were going to set up all kinds of teleportation portals so that the evil spirit race could teleport over in one go and achieve the effect of a surprise attack. The area that they set up this time happened to be near the Heaven Cultivation God territory. Without a doubt, the Heaven Cultivation God territory was one of the areas that they wanted to overthrow after setting up the teleportation portals. Apart from that, he also learned that most of the evil spirit race had gone to the major areas to set up teleportation portals. The main areas were at the Heaven Cultivation God territory and Yuelong God territory. The other areas were also set up. It could be said that they had locked onto the entire fourth grade God territory, and they were probably going to surround and annihilate them. As for what their goal was, they did not know. All they knew was to set up the teleportation portals. The only one who knew the details was Heavenly God Ao Yuan. However, looking at Heavenly God Ao Yuan's expression, it was impossible for him to get any information out of him. If he went to ask, he would probably be slapped in the face and told to just carry out the mission. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. I hope they will go back after setting up the teleportation portals. Tianyan wanted to follow them back to the distribution point. It would undoubtedly be much easier if he followed them back. He did not even need to look for anything, and he would be able to find the hidden distribution point. The information given by the Fecta God territory was more general. It said that it was this area, but he really did not know the details. Chapter 1634. Tianyan followed them. Soon, they came to an area near the Heaven Cultivation God realm and started setting up teleportation arrays in those barren areas. They first took out a black crystal and embedded it in the ground. Then, this special black crystal began to seep into the planet. In a short while, the area became pitch black and not a single blade of grass grew. This was not an awakening crystal, but a special energy used to set up the teleportation array. After spreading it, they quickly engraved the teleportation divine seal on it. It did not take long before a special teleportation array was easily engraved on it. On the surface, it looked like it had been polluted. However, no one would care about such a situation. Anyway, it would be pitch black at most. Who would have thought that it was a teleportation array? All right, let's go to the next place. Heavenly deity Ao Yuan, who was watching from the side, nodded and continued to fly to other planets with his subordinates. Tianyan looked at this place silently. He moved his feet slightly between the spirit ships, and a special energy seeped deep into the ground and destroyed the teleportation array. He had been watching from the side as they engraved the teleportation array, so he immediately knew what the flaw was. A light touch was enough to destroy the teleportation array. He would not let these guys succeed. Therefore, he destroyed as many teleportation arrays as they set up. Everything was done very covertly, so they did not notice it at all. Originally, as long as one did not try to teleport these teleportation arrays, one would not know whether there was a problem or not. They were all on the spirit ships now, so they definitely did not know that the teleportation arrays had been destroyed. Then, they continued to fly to other areas and set up teleportation arrays one by one. Tianyan destroyed them one by one. If they knew that the teleportation arrays they set up were useless, they would definitely vomit blood. Lord Ao Yuan, there is a planet in front with many cultivators on it. Should we devour it? One of the heavenly venerable evil spirits asked. Isn't that obvious? Kill them all. This is one of the important areas. No matter who is on it, destroy them all. Heavenly deity Ao Yuan said sternly, No problem. Their eyes lit up. This time, they would be able to have a sumptuous meal again. On the planets in front of them were a bunch of itinerant cultivators. There were high and low cultivation bases, and the highest cultivation base was only a lower Empyrean. This meant that what they were about to face was absolute suppression. The itinerant cultivators who stayed inside had no idea what would happen to them. They were all either cultivating or discussing something. Tianyan sat at the side and looked at them quietly, not saying a word. When they got close, their group of Empyreans flew out, rapidly erupting with their strongest power. After releasing a powerful force, it formed a pitch-black barrier that enveloped the huge planet. What they needed was to devour all of them and not let any fish slip through the net. On a planet, there were at least hundreds of millions of lives. If they were to be completely devoured, it would be really terrifying. However, they were not satisfied with this at all. On the contrary, they were somewhat displeased. Their cultivations are so low, and their bloodlines are also very weak. They must not taste good. Isn't that for sure? It's about the same as what we swallowed before. The taste is really terrible, but it can still fill our teeth. Hee, don't be so demanding. After some time, there will be more delicious things to devour. That's right. There are many geniuses in those powerful forces. The taste will definitely be better. They all swallowed their saliva. Thinking about being able to devour cultivators with relatively high cultivation bases and talent, their imaginations ran wild. They weren't too interested in the hundreds of millions of lives in front of them, but it wasn't a problem to casually devour them. This was the difference between races. In their eyes, this was a pile of food. What's going on? At this time, the cultivators on the planet below all saw this strange scene. A terrifying black screen appeared, and a powerful devouring force sucked them up. They couldn't struggle at all. It was as if they were being lifted up. Besides constantly twisting their bodies, they couldn't do anything else. Some were immediately devoured after being sucked into the black fog. At the same time, they flew towards those Empyrean evil spirits, preparing to be devoured. There were at least a dozen Empyreans presiding over this place. It was too easy to deal with them. Even if there were rogue cultivator Empyreans inside, facing the powerful bloodline power of the evil spirit race, they could only resist in vain. They couldn't be sucked up for the time being, but if the others were completely devoured, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Evil spirit race. It seems to be the evil spirit race. What's going on? The evil spirit race actually appeared here. Hurry up and run. Where are you going? This place has been sealed off, and there are barriers everywhere. There's no way to escape. Their faces were filled with fear. They couldn't escape, even if they wanted to. They could only be sucked up bit by bit. Some of them forcefully fixed themselves to the ground, but very quickly, even the houses were sucked up. These cultivators were unable to escape the fate of being sucked up. This group of idiots, they still think they can break free and escape? How laughable! They mocked the struggling rogue cultivators, but the more they saw the struggling rogue cultivators, the happier they felt. They liked to see these rogue cultivators constantly struggling. Only by looking at their expressions of despair would they feel good about devouring them. Buzz. At this moment, a cold light flashed over. The smiles of this group of Empyreans stiffened, and suddenly they were cut into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, several Empyreans were beheaded, their heads exploding with a single spear strike. After killing several Empyreans in a row, the effect of their great formation was immediately weakened by half. Those who were originally sucked up now all fell back to the ground. This was not the end. A cold light was getting faster and faster, crazily harvesting the lives of these evil spirit heavenly venerables. They were unable to stop it at all. They only saw a cold light, and then they lost consciousness forever. In less than a moment, the great formation almost collapsed. The many rogue cultivators below could only see a cold light flickering. What's going on? Did that ray of cold light save us? They stared blankly at the cold light. Accompanying this cold light was a silver moon in the air, and in the end, it froze in the air. At this moment, they finally saw this person's appearance clearly. It was actually a handsome young human. He saved us, he saved us. Chapter 16:35. Eteonian crazily harvested the lives of many heavenly venerate evil spirits. To him, as long as it was an existence of the same level, it could be described as a harvest. No one could stop his attack. As long as it was a heavenly venerate, whether it was an upper-level heavenly venerate or a super upper-level heavenly venerate, it did not matter at all. Even if it was a super heavenly venerate or a super heavenly venerate, they were still suppressed by him. After all, under the powerful, crazy damage mode and the suppression of the title, all heavenly venerates could only kneel in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 heavenly venerate evil spirits were killed. The speed was so shocking that the heavenly venerate evil spirits could not see it at all. After a whistling sound, they all dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Eteonyon would definitely not let them succeed. With so many lives, he could not just watch as they were harvested. Although he wanted to go back with them, there was no need to watch as countless lives were killed in front of him. He only needed to kill most of them and let some of them escape, including his evil spirit puppets. Ant Human, hand over your life. Heavenly deity Ao Yuan roared. 10 arms spread out behind his back, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He directly used the strongest power of his awakening and attacked Eteonyon. He did not want to see his subordinates die one by one. If they all died, then his mission would fail, and he would never allow it to fail. Therefore, he directly used the power of his awakening, wanting to quickly kill Eteonyon. It seems that heavenly gods can all awaken with the awakening crystal. Eteonyon looked at heavenly deity Ao Yuan. He had also taken out the awakening crystal to awaken and directly used the strongest power. Originally, he was only a low-level heavenly god, but after the awakening, his combat power skyrocketed, and he was almost at the level of a middle-level heavenly god. Such powerful power made the hearts of the many itinerant cultivators below tense up. This evil spirit race is so strong. I hope he doesn't lose. If he loses, we are finished. Yes, don't lose. If he wins, I am willing to work like a slave for him. All the itinerant cultivators below were praying. They did not want to die in the hands of the evil spirit race. That would be too useless. However, there was a huge difference in their strength, so they could only choose to accept their fate. Now that a savior had appeared, how could they not be excited? Just when they thought that Eteonyon would be in for a tough fight, the 5 giant dragons swooped in and swallowed Eteonyon whole. They were all dumbfounded. None of them knew what had happened. Was Ao Yuan killed just like that? Not only had he insta-killed heavenly god Ao Yuan, but his remaining energy also continued to bombard the other evil spirit tribe cultivators, turning them into dust one by one. Dead. They were all dumbfounded. Such a powerful Empyrean deity, who had awakened his own power, was defeated by Eteonyon in one move, not to mention them. Even the other evil spirit race couldn't help but feel terrified. Their boss had been killed in an instant. Those with weaker cultivations were naturally cannon fodder. Run! The rest of the Empyreans did not say a word and turned to flee. Even the evil spirit puppets that pretended to attack also fled with them. Eteonyon definitely wouldn't let them all escape, so he immediately chased after them and killed all the escaping evil spirit heavenly venerables one by one. Only the 2 evil spirit heavenly venerables did not continue to chase after them. One of them was naturally the evil spirit puppet, and the other was the real evil spirit heavenly venerables. Without any difficulty, these powerhouses were ruthlessly killed, which made Eteonyon feel extremely carefree. He had earned so much experience that he was in a good mood. However, his mood became even better when he thought that he was about to stroll around the evil spirit race's headquarters. Upper heavenly venerables, I'm coming. Eteonyon smiled and flew towards the direction of the evil spirit puppet. He didn't stay here any longer. Everything happened suddenly, and it also happened suddenly. Many of the cultivators below were dumbfounded as they looked at the situation above. That hero left just like that. That's right, we haven't thanked him for saving us. But it's fine, I've already remembered his appearance. When I see him in the future, I'll be able to repay him. One of them had a recording crystal in his hand. There was a battle scene on it, and Yi Tianyun's appearance was clearly recorded. It was difficult not to see it. You even recorded it. Give me a copy. I'll give you money. I want one too. That way of fighting was really too straightforward. Maybe if I took a few more glances, I might even be able to break through. I want one too. One by one, they rushed over, wanting to copy the recording crystal. Not only did they want to remember their savior, they also wanted to see the shocking battle just now, to spread the news of Yi Tianyun's situation. So crazily, Yi Tianyun did not expect this. At the same time, the evil spirit puppet and one of the evil spirit heavenly venerables continued to escape. They quickly hid in one of the planets. Too terrifying. I've never seen such a powerful human race before. Haven't humans always been the lowest level of existence? How did they cultivate such powerful strength? This evil spirit, heavenly venerables, was panting. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the situation outside the planet, afraid that Yi Tianyun would catch up. I'm not sure about that. It's really too strong. Looks like we can only go back and report this matter. The evil spirit puppet also pretended to be panting by the side. There were quite a few injuries on its body. In order to be more realistic, it definitely had to suffer some injuries. Right. We can only go back and report this matter. But we have to see the situation clearly now. If we're discovered, we won't be able to live either. This evil spirit, heavenly venerables, was really afraid. He squatted here and kept hiding. Yi Tianyun could only hide by the side. Little did he know that Yi Tianyun had already entered the evil spirit puppet's body long ago. Previously, he entered the void through the power of the void and quietly returned. After hiding for a period of time, it was roughly several weeks before this evil spirit, heavenly venerables, dared to show their heads. Yi Tianyun, who is next to him, thinks that he is too cautious. If the other party really chased over, they would be finished without needing to hide for so long. The longer they hid here, the more dangerous it would be. He shouldn't be able to catch up. Let's leave right now, and let's go. The evil spirit, heavenly venerables, immediately brought Yi Tianyun and flew away from here. After leaving far away, he said with a smile, "Looks like the two of us are really lucky, or perhaps our escaping skills are better. Otherwise, we would really be dead for sure." "Yeah, really lucky." Yi Tianyun sneered at the side. If he did not let him go, would this guy still be alive? Chapter 1636. Yi Tianyun followed this Empyrean evil spirit and flew back. Along the way, this Empyrean evil spirit was sneaky and didn't dare to fly directly. When they met other cultivators, they immediately brought Yi Tianyun to hide. It was obvious that they were afraid. He didn't expect this Empyrean evil spirit to be so timid. His previous arrogance was completely gone and turned into a look of fear. We have to be careful. We can't continue to be discovered. Otherwise, we won't be able to bring back what happened here. Empyrean evil spirit seemed to feel Yi Tianyun's gaze and felt embarrassed. However, he still covered up for himself so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. That's right, we still have to be careful. Yi Tianyun could only nod in agreement, no matter what the other party thought or did. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only let it do whatever it wanted. In any case, as long as he could bring him to the evil spirit race branch, there wouldn't be any problems. In fact, as long as he was by his side, no matter who came, he could escape with Empyrean evil spirit. No matter what, he had to escape with him. Otherwise, how could he enter the evil spirit race branch so easily? he followed this Empyrean evil spirit and flew all the way. When they returned to a safer area, they began to speed back. After rushing for several weeks, they finally arrived at that area. We're finally back. Without a high-grade spirit ship, the speed of returning is too slow. Empyrean evil spirit shook his head. If they just relied on flying, their speed was really slow. Eteonion muttered in his heart. If he hadn't been hiding, he would have returned here long ago. And it's good that we can return safely. Eteonion said from the side, Right. This way, we can return and report the situation over there. Empyrean evil spirit nodded and pointed ahead. We're finally back. Let's hurry over. Eteonion looked ahead. There was nothing in front of him except for a few scattered planets. Without a doubt, it was something similar to a transmission array. It seemed that the evil spirit race was more cautious now and wouldn't show themselves easily. They weren't as arrogant as Fanyu's side, or as arrogant as the outer divine regions. They were all hiding here and there, but recently their movements had become more frequent. Shortly after, they landed on one of the planets. There was also a pitch-black land here, and there was no doubt that the black crystal was buried underneath. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit brought him to that area and began to transfer energy to the ground beneath his feet. A moment later, black light began to emit from below, enveloping them within. Eteonion could clearly feel that this was a special energy, which was the evil spirit race's unique dark spirit force. After infiltrating the place, it dragged them in. If it wasn't for the evil spirit race, there was no way to use this transmission array, so it was absolutely safe. However, they didn't know that there were things like evil spirit puppets, which could be said to be impossible to guard against. After the teleportation, Eteonion felt that he had entered a strange space. It was pitch black all around, and there was nothing at all. Fortunately, he could still see Empyrean Evil Spirit, which meant that there was no problem. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit raised his foot and walked forward. Eteonion followed him out, and after passing through a layer of black membrane, he officially arrived at the outside space. The first thing that entered his eyes was the pitch black and disgusting space. The surroundings were still pitch black, and the sky seemed to be filled with an oily substance that filled the entire sky. Whether it was the sky or the ground, they were all filled with a thick layer of material, making them look rather disgusting. There was no sunlight here, nor was there any fresh air. The only thing he could smell was a disgusting smell that floated in the air. Right in front of him were countless strange-looking buildings. There were quite a few evil spirit races living here. Other than that, he didn't see any other races. Only the evil spirit race was here. There really are a lot of evil spirit races. Eteonion swept his gaze across the area. There were many evil spirit races living here, and their cultivations were not low. At a glance, the lowest cultivation level was at the Earth Monarch level, and the highest was at the Sky Sovereign level. As for the Empyrean God level, they probably lived inside. At the very least, there was a strange tower in the distance, which should be where the Heavenly God level evil spirit race lived. The Heavenly God level evil spirit race was the highest level of existence, so they would naturally live in different areas. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit brought Eteonion directly to the center of the tower. The guards at the entrance did not stop them. As an Empyrean level evil spirit race, their status was still relatively high, so it was naturally impossible for them to stop them. When they reached the third floor, Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit's body began to tremble, and his eyes were filled with fear. Preparations are almost here. I wonder if Lord Gokai will punish us. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit's voice trembled. Gokai. Eteonion's gaze turned cold. He didn't expect to meet the heavenly god of luck so quickly. The heavenly god that he was chasing after had been found so quickly. It was really easy. Heavenly Lord, Evil Spirit, brought Eteonion to the great hall and said nervously to the guards, "Help me inform Lord Gukai that we have something important to discuss with him." "Wait a moment." The guards nodded and immediately went in to report. After a while, they came out and said, "You may enter." They followed the two of them in. As soon as they entered, they saw Gokai sitting on the throne at the front with a frown. There were also several heavenly venerates kneeling in front of him. It was unknown what they were reporting, but it made Gokai rather unhappy. Apart from that, there were also several heavenly venerates at the side, who were half crippled. They were lying limply on the ground with pitch-black blood flowing all over. They weren't dead, but they looked a little worse for wear. No wonder they were so afraid of Gokai. With such a violent personality, coupled with the fact that they had failed their mission, how could they not be punished? Re-reporting to Lord Gukai, our mission failed. Lord Ao Yuan is also dead. After they entered, they also knelt down together. With the difference in levels, they definitely had to kneel to talk. Heavenly Lord Evil Spirit reported everything in detail. At the same time, he kept raising his head to observe Gokai's expression. "That's the gist of it. I don't know where that human came from, but he is really too strong. I have never seen such a strong human before. Trash! Empyrean God!" Gokai's palm slapped out. The power of the void sent the evil spirit puppet and Empyrean evil spirit flying away. Just like the other Empyreans that had been sent flying away, their bodies were torn apart by this palm, unable to resist at all. The evil spirit puppet was almost smashed in half. Fortunately, its physique was shockingly strong. Otherwise, it would really have been smashed in half. One had to know that its body still had the evil spirit's pearl. Of course, even if it was smashed in half, it would not expose the evil spirit's pearl. The evil spirit's pearl was hidden in its head. Unless its head was smashed, it would be fine. Chapter 1637. It was not unexpected that Gokai had such a fiery temper. It should be said that the evil spirit tribe was like this. They were extremely ruthless when dealing with their subordinates. Beating them up was considered letting them off lightly. If it were not for the fact that they still had value to be used, Gokai would have smacked them to death long ago. Your physique is not bad. Are you new?" Gokai looked at Yi Qianyun's side. The other heavenly venerables had all been smacked to death by him. Only Yi Qianyun's side suffered some superficial injuries at most. "Yes, Lord." Eteonion stood up with difficulty. His body had been smacked hard, and his situation was not much better, especially when he had no defense at all. If he had defended himself, the situation would have been much better. At least, he would not have been in such a sorry state. However, if he had defended himself, he would have died even more miserably. The other heavenly venerables had all suffered this palm directly. Whoever blocked one palm strike would receive 10 more palm strikes. Therefore, it was better for them to be hit obediently. No one dared to resist at all. "You do have some potential." Heavenly God Gukai said coldly, "It's just that you'll be severely punished for failing this mission." "Lord Gokai, we failed the mission. That was something that could not be helped. A human who came out of nowhere is really powerful. Even Lord Ao Yuan was killed. Heavenly Venerate Evil Spirit also got up, and his injuries began to recover rapidly. He then knelt in front of Gokai. A mission failure is a failure, no matter the reason. Gokai said coldly. Heavenly Venerate Evil Spirit felt extremely wronged. How could they deal with such a powerful opponent? Our mission is not considered a failure. We have set up many teleportation arrays. There are only 1 or 2 areas that have not been resolved. That human powerhouse is really powerful. His overall strength is at least at the level of a middle-level heavenly deity. Otherwise, heavenly deity Ao Yuan would not have been killed instantly when he awakened. As he spoke, he directly displayed the battle situation at that time. In fact, he had released the memories in his mind and formed a picture for them to see. After Gokai and the others saw it, their expressions became solemn. Yi Tianyun's fighting posture was presented in front of their eyes. After reading it, Gokai said in a low voice, "I didn't expect it to be him. How could his power be so strong?" "Milord, you know of his existence?" Empyrean evil spirit was puzzled. He didn't know anything about this. "He's on our clan's blacklist, and it's an absolute blacklist at that. He's ranked in the top 5 on our list of targets to kill. I didn't expect him to appear here. How strange." Gokai replied in a solemn voice. "Not only has he destroyed Fan Yu's forces, but he's also raised the forces of the other divine realms to the ground, making it impossible for the puppet forces to rise. Recently, he's even forced heavenly god Sky Cloud into retreat, thereby foiling his plans." Gokai had thought it was some human, but he didn't expect it to be such a blacklisted existence. Yi Tianyun, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. He didn't think that he would be so famous and have such a deep influence in this aspect. It was even more hilarious that he was ranked in the top 5 on the blacklist. However, this made him even more curious. He was only ranked in the top 5, so he was very curious about who the others were. "Strange, we didn't receive this kind of information." Empyrean evil spirit smiled bitterly. "This is information we received recently, and we were just about to announce it. It's normal that you don't know about it," Gokai said in a low voice. "Since you encountered him, it's normal that you were all wiped out. However, I didn't expect him to let you 2 go. This is strange." Gokai looked back and forth between the 2 of them, trying to figure out something from them. "He went to chase after someone else, and we ran quite fast. It should be said that our concealment skills are quite good, so we managed to escape. Actually, the most important thing was that we wanted to come back and report this matter." Empyrean evil spirit even found a few excuses for himself. He was a coward who was afraid of death. And he even said that he wanted to come back and report this matter. Gokai waved his hand and said indifferently, "All right, there's no need to say any more. I won't pursue this matter this time. You guys go and have a good rest and prepare for the next mission." Yes, Your Excellency." This Empyrean evil spirit was like he was granted amnesty. After quickly getting up and bowing, he turned around and left. Yi Tianyun followed, and quickly left together, not staying here for too long. Although Gokai was here, it was not easy to move around. It was too conspicuous here. If there was any rustle of grass in the wind, it would be extremely easy to be discovered. Hence, everything had to be prepared in order to do things properly. After going out, this Empyrean evil spirit gritted his teeth and said, "He even made us go down and rest. If not for this palm of his, would we be injured? It's simply a little rest, and we'll be able to proceed with the next mission. Now, it's great. We really have to take a good rest." He had just come out and immediately started complaining. "It's fine. Let's find a place to rest," Yi Tianyun suggested by the side. "All right, rest well first before talking. I have to say, we're really lucky. I didn't expect that the other party is even a top 5 existence on the blacklist. I reckon that our escaping skills are really pretty good," this Empyrean evil spirit said with a smile. "Top 5 on the blacklist. Who else is ahead of it?" Yi Tianyun asked. "You don't know?" Empyrean evil spirit said doubtfully. "I've always been in close seclusion and don't know much about the outside world." Yi Tianyun smiled. Empyrean evil spirit did not suspect anything and directly explained, if it were before, the top four are respectively Yuelong Region Lord, Fecta Region Lord, Cloud Piercing Region Lord, and Sword Edge Region Lord. They are all extremely troublesome existences. Basically, they all wish that they could get rid of immediately, but it's because they're too hard to get rid of. That's why they became blacklisted. Speaking of which, that guy can still be fifth. His level looks like he's only an Empyrean, but when he erupts, even celestial deities are insta-killed. Truly terrifying. However, we still escaped from that kid's hands. It doesn't feel like much either. Tianyun was silent by the side. Very soon, Empyrean evil spirit brought Tianyun to one of the closed seclusion chambers. Let's rest here. Next time, we'll set off together to do a mission. This Empyrean evil spirit did not think too much and brought Tianyun to this secret chamber. After closing, this Empyrean evil spirit was just about to meditate when a bright light flickered and a terrifying force nailed him to the ground. Is that so? Don't feel like I'm much? Tianyun's face appeared in front of him. By the time he reacted, everything was already too late. You? This Empyrean evil spirit turned his head to look at the evil spirit puppet at the side, and then looked at Tianyun. It seemed like he already knew what was going on. Chapter 1638. By the time the heavenly venerable evil spirit knew what was going on, it was already too late. He was immediately blasted into smithereens by Tianyun. At least before he died, he could still know the truth. He could die in peace. After killing the heavenly venerable evil spirit, Tianyun sat down to meditate and recover the body of the evil spirit puppet. If he wanted to move well, he naturally had to recover the body of the evil spirit puppet first. Otherwise, it would not be easy to move. When he had more or less recovered, he got up and walked out. After opening the secret cultivation room, he closed it again. No one would know that the heavenly venerable evil spirit had died here. Tianyun had done all of this very skillfully and would not leave any clues. After coming out, he directly headed to the center of this area. He wanted to gather information from all aspects here and know what their mission was. However, after searching for a while, he really found an area similar to the mission hall. After he entered, he saw many evil spirit race people accepting missions here. This was no different from the other divine realms. They all accepted some missions to complete, but the missions above had been changed to other types of missions. Capture a genius with outstanding talent, regardless of race. Capture a talented female cultivator, and limit it to the snow fox race. Clean up all life on a planet. These missions were all hunting or capturing missions, and they all looked extremely cruel. To the evil spirit race, they were no different from demon beasts, so they naturally wouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy when hunting them. On the cultivator's side, they would indeed hunt demon beasts, and the treatment was about the same. However, cultivators would still be companions with demon beasts, and they would even become companions. The evil spirit race was one, and the rest were all enemies. Even if they became his subordinates, they would be absolute slaves. If he wanted to sacrifice them, he could sacrifice them at any time. Tianyun's gaze quickly landed on the most important mission, setting up the teleportation formation. Setting up the teleportation formation was the most important mission. Although it was not particularly compulsory, this mission was relatively simple, and the rewards were relatively generous. Thus, most of the evil spirit race people chose to do this mission first. However, the requirements were quite strict. One had to be at least an Empyrean or above. Those below this level could not accept this mission for the time being. Setting up a teleportation formation in the enemy's territory was undoubtedly a difficult task. Therefore, one's own strength could not be too weak. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and resources if they were discovered and killed by cultivators not long after they left. As expected, this mission is the priority now. Etienne's gaze turned cold. When he looked over, he saw a guard walking towards him. Sir Gukai has summoned you. This guard was extremely respectful. His cultivation was lower than Etienne's, so he had to be extremely respectful. Lord Gukai summoned me? Etienne was startled. He didn't expect Gukai to summon him. However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately nodded. All right, take me there now. First of all, he couldn't refuse. He couldn't refuse a summon from someone of a higher level than him. In addition, he also wanted to see what this Empyrean god, Gukai, wanted to say. It just so happened that one of his goals in coming here was to capture this fellow alive. Soon, they arrived at the 3-story pagoda that Gukai had been in. Gukai was still sitting on the throne, looking down at him from above. There were no other Empyreans in the main hall. There was only Gukai. Sir Gukai? Etienne called out respectfully. Your strength seems pretty good. In the future, you will be my guard and work exclusively for me, Gukai said indifferently. That would be my honor. Etienne's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that Gukai would be so stupid as to actually recruit him. He had originally wanted to find a way to get close to Gukai and then finish him off without anyone noticing. Now, he didn't even need to find a way. Gukai had delivered himself to his doorstep. It seems like you have more or less recovered. Now, come with me to a place. Gukai stood up and led him outside. Etienne didn't ask anything and followed Gukai out. Under Gokai's lead, they walked to the top of the pagoda. After walking for a long distance, they finally reached the top of the pagoda. Sir Gukai? The guard guarding the door stepped aside respectfully. Gukai nodded and led Etienne inside. After entering, Etienne discovered that there was actually a group of evil spirit deities inside. They were all meticulously dressed up, and their appearances were extremely handsome. They looked incomparably demonic. The more they evolved, the more handsome they became, and they didn't look as disgusting as before. However, he could still tell that they were the disgusting evil spirit race. There were all kinds of music playing inside. It was like a grand ball. Many Empyrean gods and Empyreans were tasting all kinds of blood-colored wine. It was probably brewed from the blood of some race. Other than that, there were also all kinds of delicacies. In the eyes of the evil spirit race, what Etienne saw was a pile of disgusting chunks of meat and even eyeballs. Without a doubt, these were all cultivators that had been captured and made into a feast. They laughed and chatted as they tasted the delicacies here. Everything seemed to be happy and harmonious, quite cheerful. Etienne swept his gaze over, but his heart sank. He never thought that there would be so many experts here. There were close to 100 Empyrean gods, not to mention Empyrean gods. There were even more of them. However, Empyrean gods were all guards. To put it bluntly, they were just followers. They didn't have the qualifications to enjoy the delicacies here, and could only follow behind their masters. This was the difference in status. Other people could eat, drink, and play, but Empyrean gods could only stand behind. Of course, there were also many Empyreans who ate and drank as they pleased. They were not guards, but existences with status. As for some guards, they could still eat and drink. Their masters would naturally be more lenient toward them if they made a lot of contributions. What a big difference! Those with lower cultivation have to complete the mission, while those with higher status can enjoy the feast here. Etienne thought as he looked around and saw a familiar face, Heavenly God Torrential Cloud. He didn't think that even Heavenly God Sky Cloud would be here. He held a red wine cup in his hand, and he slowly poured the wine into his mouth. He didn't appear to be happy in the slightest. Instead, he wore a displeased expression. Chapter 1639. Yi Tianyun's gaze constantly swept across them, wanting to memorize all of them and see how many experts there were here, especially to see who had a higher status, for example, how many existences at the same level as heavenly god torrential clouds. If I can clear this place in one go, I'm afraid I'll be able to break through to the late heavenly god level, right? There were so many experts here. If they were all killed, the experience points would definitely be explosive, and he would be able to level up continuously. However, if he really exploded, the first to die would definitely be him, and not the surrounding evil spirit race. Among them, there were no less than 10 upper heavenly gods, each of them incomparably powerful, comparable to heavenly god torrential clouds, and even stronger than him. In this kind of situation, if he were to casually explode, the first to die would undoubtedly be him. Later, follow me closely, don't run around. If you act recklessly, be careful that you die here. Gokai warned. Follow me properly. I'll bring you to see the feast here. It'll be beneficial to you. Yes, Lord Gokai. Yi Tianyun nodded, feeling a little suspicious in his heart. He didn't know why Gokai brought him here. Could it be that it was just because of his strong physique, and he felt that he was not bad? So he brought him here? When he continued to follow Gokai, he immediately knew what was going on. In the center of this feast, there was a martial arts stage, which was undoubtedly used for martial arts. As for who would be sent up, there was no need to guess. It would definitely be the guards. This made Yi Tianyun immediately understand why Gokai had brought him up. It was because he wanted to be a fighter. That was why he had brought him up. As expected, these guys are all selfish. If I didn't bring them any benefits, how could they possibly let me come up? Yi Tianyun snorted coldly. Gokai brought him to a long table at the side, where he chatted with the other heavenly gods. They were all chatting about all sorts of things, and there was nothing about the mission at all. The things they discussed were all trivial matters, such as which family's princess, which family had a genius, what treasure they had found, or what race they had caught. As for work matters, they basically wouldn't discuss them at all. He came here to enjoy himself. There was no need to find trouble for himself. Yi Tianyun was just standing at the side. Not to mention eating and drinking, he couldn't even drink a mouthful of soup. He could only stand at the side. However, he really didn't want to eat these disgusting things. He just wanted to paste these things on their faces. In fact, he wasn't the only one. The other guards were also watching from the side, not daring to say anything. Their duty was to stand guard here and do nothing else. Yi Tianyun stood at the side, obediently, waiting for his mission. However, he didn't just stand there like an idiot. Instead, he continued to survey his surroundings, paying particular attention to Empyrean God Tower Cloud. Empyrean God Tower Cloud. I didn't expect that after hiding in the Empyrean God realm for so many years, you wouldn't even be able to retrieve the evil spirit's pearl. You really are a failure, the nearby Empyrean God, Vile Spirit said mockingly. Clang! Empyrean God Tower Cloud crushed the wine cup in his hand, and he glowered at him with a cold expression. If you think you're so powerful, then go take it for yourself. The Empyrean God is still lying there. If he wakes up again, he'll probably kill you with a single slap. The Empyrean God that was mocking him had similar cultivation bases. If he were to face the same fate, he would definitely be beaten back. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to expose myself so quickly. The Empyrean God chuckled coldly. He hadn't tried it yet, so he could say whatever he wanted. Humph, you'll know what's going on when you encounter that strange little brat. Empyrean God Tower Cloud couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Oh, are you talking about that human cultivator who's ranked 5th on the blacklist? The Empyrean God Realm Cultivator sneered. I'm not trying to criticize you, but you can't even handle a human cultivator. You've really tarnished the reputation of our evil spirit tribe. No matter how strange he is, if you can't handle him, then you can't. If it were me, I would definitely be able to do better than you. Is that so? Then go if you can. Empyrean god Tower Cloud said coldly. After saying that, he ignored them and continued to drink his wine. In any case, he had indeed failed. As such, he would naturally be ostracized by everyone, and would no longer be considered a meritorious contributor. Tianyin shook his head. It looked like this was the case in every region. Those who had performed meritorious deeds would be praised by everyone, but those who had failed would be ostracized by everyone else. Just as he was continuing to observe the situation, a female evil spirit tribe cultivator passed by, and Tianyin stared intently at her. She was carrying a tray of fine wine and all types of food, and she noticed Tianyun's gaze. She turned to look at Tianyun with a smile, but didn't say anything. Tianyun continued to stare intently at her, trying to glean something from her. She seemed to have sensed Tianyun's scorching gaze, and she turned to look at him with a smile. She even crooked her finger, indicating for him to follow her. Tianyun turned to look at Gokai. It seemed like he couldn't be bothered with them. Generally, as long as they didn't participate in eating and drinking, it was fine to walk around. After thinking for a moment, Tianyun quickly followed her. The female evil spirit led him to the corridor outside, and at the same time, she looked at him with a smile and said, "What, are you interested in me?" She even struck a strange pose, trying to make herself look more beautiful so that she could attract Tianyun more. "Of course I'm interested in you," Tianyun said with a smile. "I'm also very interested in you. Come here." The female evil spirit smiled sweetly and led him to a room. After closing the door, the female evil spirit quickly wrapped herself around Tianyun and exhaled a sweet fragrance from her mouth. She looked very tempting, but in reality, sharp claws grew out of her hands, and she was about to stab Tianyun's head. Tianyun grabbed her arms and pushed her away. He said with a faint smile, "What do you want to do?" Such sharp claws made one shudder. If one were to be ruthlessly scratched by them, they would be torn into several pieces. "What else? I like to do this. If I can leave a few marks on your body, it will be even more exciting." Her eyes were like silk, and everything about her was so tempting. "All right, stop pretending. You must be the younger sister of the heavenly god of luck. You've hidden yourself to this extent, as expected of someone from the Fekta divine realm." Tianyun immediately saw through her true identity. Chapter 1640. Tianyun was able to instantly tell that this female evil spirit tribe being was the heavenly luck god's little sister in disguise. No one could escape his detection eyes. Unless they possessed an extremely high cultivation base or a higher cultivation base, he would be able to see through them with a single glance. This female evil spirit tribe being was essentially the heavenly luck god's little sister. Her name was Heavenly Misfortune God. That's right, one was luck, while the other was misfortune. However, it wasn't that her luck was bad. Instead, it was that she was able to unleash an aura of misfortune, thereby inflicting misfortune upon her opponent. However, if she were to unleash too much of her misfortune, her luck would also become very poor. Compared to the heavenly luck god, she had far too few benefits. The heavenly luck god could still provide him with very good opportunities, but it was very difficult for the heavenly misfortune god to obtain any good opportunities. Unless she extracted her opponent's luck, she wouldn't be able to enhance her own luck. Generally speaking, most cultivators' luck was about the same. Unless there were some who defied the natural order, the amount of luck that could be extracted was relatively small. It had to be said that the parents who gave birth to these two sisters were really powerful. They possessed two extremely unique constitutions, which was quite strange. He wanted to see just what these two sisters' parents looked like. Of course, That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the heavenly misfortune god wasn't dead. The heavenly luck god had thought that her little sister had been killed, but she was still alive and well. Furthermore, she was hiding here as a perfect spy. The heavenly misfortune god didn't have any evil spirit puppets. Instead, she had modified her own body and absorbed the energy of the evil spirit tribe, thereby transforming herself into an evil spirit tribe being. This was very realistic, and unless one delved deep into her body to study her, there was no way to see through her disguise. This was undoubtedly the ability of the Fecta divine realm. This extremely peculiar ability allowed her to modify her body to create a perfect disguise. Of course, as a maid, she was only allowed to casually walk around the area if she were to face an elder, and if she were to be probed deeply, she would definitely be done for. However, she was still wandering around in this banquet. I don't even know what you're talking about. The heavenly misfortune god scolded. I don't know anything about the heavenly luck god's little sister. Don't spout nonsense. She had a seductive look on her face and did not immediately admit her identity. She continued to pretend to be the evil spirit maid. However, deep in her eyes, killing intent was already surging. She was ready to fight at any time. Eteonyan knew that she would not immediately admit his identity. His figure came out of the evil spirit puppet and said to her, "There's no need to hide it. I'm one of you. This is a puppet that I made myself. Just like you, I snuck in." What? The heavenly doom god was astonished upon seeing Eteonyan. She sized up Eteonyan, then looked at the evil spirit puppet beside him, and was momentarily stunned. After a long time, when he confirmed it, he said in shock, "This is the evil spirit puppet you made?" "That's right. It's the evil spirit puppet I made. Your sister asked me to avenge you, or to find out about Gokai's situation. I didn't think that you would still be alive. You have no idea how sad the heavenly luck god is right now. If it weren't for the bigger picture, she would have come here to exact her revenge." Eteonyan shook his head. This heavenly misfortune god really didn't know what to do. If the heavenly luck god went crazy, she would be harming her sister. "Big sister," the heavenly misfortune god shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to go out. It's just that I can't. Even though my disguise is perfect and most people can't see through me, I'm still quite lacking. At the very least, I can't pass through that teleportation formation with my current body." "I see." Eteonyan faltered slightly upon thinking about it. Even though the heavenly misfortune god had done a very good job, it wasn't absolutely perfect. There were still some details that she hadn't taken care of, which was why she couldn't pass through the teleportation formation. He thought for a moment, then said, "So you lured me here to kill me and then use my blood or something else to continue to modify your body so that you can pass through the teleportation array?" "That's right," the heavenly misfortune god said in a solemn voice. "There's no other way. However, now that you have such a peculiar evil spirit puppet, I don't think there's a need to do something so disgusting." Her eyes lit up as she spoke, and she stared intently at the evil spirit puppet, trying to glean something from its body. As she stared at it, she even began to pinch it here and there, trying to glean something from it. "It's so perfect. I couldn't see through it at all, and I thought it really was a powerful being from the evil spirit tribe. How did you do this?" She immediately turned her attention to the evil spirit puppet. Eteonyan shook his head. "You really do resemble the Fecta region lord. You've seen my father?" The heavenly misfortune god turned to him. "What?" Eteonyan was dumbstruck. "That old man who doesn't care about his appearance is your father?" "My father is indeed a little unkempt, but he's still very smart, much smarter than anyone else." The heavenly misfortune god wrinkled her nose. She was a little displeased with Eteonyan. It was quite clear that she revered her father very much. Tianyun was completely dumbstruck. He wanted to ask who their parents were, but he didn't think that the Fecta region lord would be their father. He didn't refer to him as father either, so he had thought that they were just subordinates. No wonder he was so powerful. He had a powerful backer. All right, you are indeed very smart. Tianyun looked at her with a smile. In any case, it's good that you're fine now. Hurry up and hide in here, and we'll get out of here together. I've been gone for so long, and it'll be troublesome if Gokai comes looking for me. He dragged the heavenly misfortune god into the evil spirit puppet's spatial pocket as he spoke. The heavenly misfortune god looked around before letting loose cries of amazement. This is so miraculous. Even my father couldn't create something like this. But you did. Hurry up and tell me. I'll reward you handsomely. There's no need for that. I haven't even told the Fecta region lord, so why would I tell you? Tianyun smiled. Furthermore, this is a highly confidential matter, so I can't tell you. However, your father has a rough idea. I'll ask him when I get back. My father has a rough idea. The heavenly misfortune god's eyes flashed. As expected of a father and daughter pair, their personalities were quite similar. That's right. Let's go out for now. Tianyun controlled the evil spirit puppet to leave. He had only just left when a guard arrived. Master Gokai has ordered you to go back. What are you running around for? The guard yelled. This was one of Gokai's guards, and he had naturally come to find Tianyun. I'm just wandering around here. I didn't come up, I'm just walking around. Tianyun casually made up an excuse. Chapter 1641. The guard was extremely displeased by Tianyun's actions, and he snapped, Didn't Master tell you that you can't wander around? You can wander around wherever you want. Doesn't that mean you can go to all the other places? How insolent! I don't even know how Master recruited you. If you get into trouble, even Master is going to be dragged into it. The guard was very displeased with Tianyun. Tianyun's reckless behavior was one thing, and the fact that he had been recruited as a guard right away made them even more displeased. They had all worked very hard to become Gokai's guards. Tianyun had charged in halfway and even became their companion, which made them very displeased. I'm very sorry. I won't do it again. In order to avoid trouble, he could only choose to apologize. The guard didn't say anything else after hearing Tianyun's apology. He had thought that Tianyun would be stubborn, but it looked like he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. On the way out, Tianyun turned his head to look at Heavenly God Doom next to him and said, By the way, how did you escape? I heard from your sister that you were really taken away. I used my power of misfortune to escape, so I was quite lucky. The heavenly misfortune god explained. If it weren't for that, I would have almost been unable to escape. In order to hide myself, I could only choose to modify my own body. However, I don't have to modify my own body anymore. It's so disgusting to modify my own body into that of the evil spirit tribe. She wanted to modify her own body back, but after thinking about it, she wasn't in a hurry to do so. So be it, I'll think about it when I get back. Perhaps I'll even have a chance to appear. The heavenly misfortune god's cultivation base was not weak. She was a lesser heavenly god, and she had the ability to deceive most of the evil spirit tribe, so she might really be of help. That depends on the situation. There's indeed no rush. Tianyun didn't know when he would be able to use her, but there was no harm in keeping her around. Under the guidance of the guards, Tianyun returned to the main hall. When Gokai saw him return, he stared at him coldly and said, Didn't I tell you not to run around? Master Gokai, I'm very sorry. I just couldn't help but wander around this place. There won't be a next time. Tianyun apologized. There better not be a next time. Gokai was furious. He wanted to slap Tianyun to death right there and then. As a leader, he hated subordinates who disobeyed his orders the most. If they didn't listen to orders, what was the point of keeping them around? I really should have signed a slave contract with him. Gokai had forgotten to sign a slave contract with Tianyun. He had only brought him along temporarily, so he didn't think too much about it. Who knew that so many problems would occur as soon as they were brought up? Fortunately, they didn't go too deep, or else he would be blamed. Tianyun shrugged and obediently waited at the side. Due to his mistake, it was naturally not his turn to eat and drink. On the other hand, the guards at the side were able to taste the delicacies here, and they did not forget to provoke Tianyun. It was as if they were saying that this was the result of messing around. Tianyun could not be bothered with them. To them, these were great tonics, but to him, they were extremely disgusting. No matter how much they gave him, he would not eat a single bit. As time passed, more and more experts gathered here. They were all chatting with each other, not knowing what they were waiting for. Just as he continued to wait, he suddenly heard a sharp voice. The evil emperor and the empress have arrived. Following the sharp voice, everyone turned their gazes towards the door. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. No wonder they had been waiting here all this time. So they were waiting for the evil emperor and the empress. The evil emperor and the empress of the evil spirit race meant that they were the highest level existences here. So far, the rulers of the evil spirit race were the two of them. As long as they were killed, the evil spirit race would become a group of dragons without a leader. Of course, it was just a thought. With so many experts here, how could he make a move? Moreover, their levels were definitely not weak, especially the evil emperor. He was probably at the level of an upper heavenly god. After the announcement, the expressions of all the evil spirit race became serious. Their gazes all looked towards the door in front of them. The entire place became extremely quiet, to the point that even a pin drop could be heard. Following that, a handsome and demonic evil spirit race walked out from the door. He walked with a majestic gait and a faint smile on his face, but he gave everyone a formless pressure. The moment he appeared, he had already increased the pressure on everyone present. There were no footsteps, but it was as if he was stepping on their chests, making them feel exceptionally heavy. This was the evil emperor of the evil spirit race. His cultivation was at the late stage of the upper heavenly god, and he was incomparably heaven-defying. A dense evil aura spread out in all directions, especially the huge black crystal on his forehead, which seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy. Tianyun could feel the pressure from the evil spirit race. It was the strongest evil spirit race he had ever seen. If he were to fight with the evil emperor, he dared to say that the evil emperor would only need to use a single finger to instantly kill him. Following closely behind was a petite girl. Her face was filled with a tender aura, and she looked extremely cute. She was an extremely cute little girl. Other than her luxurious clothes, her biggest selling point was that she was petite enough. She looked extremely delicate, making people want to protect her. When she came out, her face was filled with bashfulness, as if she was not good at the scene. She walked out with her head lowered, not even daring to meet the gazes of the many evil spirit races. This situation caused Tianyun to be dumbfounded. She looked no different from a normal cultivator, if not for his appraisal eyes, which proved that she had the purest evil spirit race bloodline. He would have missed it. Such a small girl was actually a royal daughter, and she didn't have the demeanor of a royal daughter at all. She was just like a cute little sister next door. This was extremely strange. How could she have such an appearance? Perhaps she was becoming more and more like a cultivator. As long as she didn't unleash her full power, No one would be able to tell that she was from the evil spirit race. No, she has the bloodline of a cultivator. Tianyan wore a grave expression. The heavenly misfortune god also wore a grave expression as he looked at the royal daughter. That's right, she has the bloodline of a cultivator, and it is the bloodline of the current #1 heaven creator race. The evil emperor captured the princess of the heaven creator race and produced such a royal daughter. Her terrifying power definitely surpasses that of the evil emperor. Of course, she isn't that powerful at the moment, but her potential is limitless. If this continues, she will be a huge threat to our divine realm. Tianyan naturally didn't think that she posed no threat. On the contrary, he thought that she posed a very big threat. She was so young, yet she was already an intermediate heavenly god, and her potential was even more terrifying. In particular, she also had the bloodline of the heaven creator race, which was the most powerful bloodline in the divine realm. Chapter 1642. Tianyan felt quite shocked. He had never thought that he would be able to meet these two existences and find out what was going on. Now, it seemed like they were going to hold some kind of ceremony. If one looked closely, they would find that the evil spirit race was also constantly sizing up the empress. This meant that it was also their first time seeing the princess. So they all looked at her curiously. At that moment, the evil emperor said, "Today is my daughter's first meeting with all of you, and it is also her coronation ceremony. I am very happy that all of you could come despite your busy schedules." Coronation ceremony. Tianyan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that she was a princess, but not a real princess. If she wanted to become the real empress, she naturally needed to have a coronation ceremony. She also needed to let many experts know that she was the empress. "Now, let my daughter say a few words to all of you." Evil emperor gestured for his daughter to say a few words. The queen stood up as if she had mustered up a lot of courage. She raised her head and said with her young and tender face, "I, Huan Mingyue, am the future daughter of the Divine Lord. I will lead the evil spirit race to an even more dazzling future and rule this world. I hope all the elders can support me." Her voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. Her voice spread out, displaying her extraordinary strength. When Tianyan heard it, he almost spat it out. The content was domineering enough, but the voice wasn't right. This princess is really strange. She even wants to rule this world. Tianyan shook his head. "It seems that we can't let them succeed. That's for sure. If this place was ruled, it would be hell." Heavenly God Misfortune spoke with a cold expression. "It's just that we're too weak to eliminate them on our own. There are so many key experts here, but I can't make a move. Just the heretical emperor alone was enough to annihilate them. Unless he allowed himself to be attacked, but that was impossible." Huan Mingyue's performance made many evil spirit races frown. The slogan was not bad, but it did not look very domineering, especially when the bloodline was not pure evil spirit race, but mixed with other races. It made them feel very unhappy. "Lord Evil Emperor, this bloodline doesn't seem too pure, does it? For a long time, the Empress has been based on the pure bloodline of our clan. It doesn't seem reasonable now, does it?" One of the elders stood up and questioned. "That's true, but this is the bloodline of the Heaven Creator race. If we work together, we'll be able to open up an independent dimension, one that's even more suitable for us to live in. More importantly, we'll be able to open up the barrier," the evil emperor said calmly. "I don't need to explain this in detail. You should know what that means, right? By the way, it's all thanks to her that so many companions have come over recently. Open the barrier." They looked at each other. They immediately understood what was going on. The barrier had always been a pain in their hearts, and they couldn't pass through it easily. Every time he came here, It was extremely painful, and he even suffered many losses. If they could really open the barrier, it would mean that they would really be able to rule the world. The sky creators can control the opening of the barrier? Eteonyun frowned. He had not expected this. That's right. The barrier was created by them. If we possess their bloodline, we'll naturally be able to open the barrier. Heavenly God, misfortune sighed with resignation. This is why they chose the sky creators to reproduce. Thankfully, this Empress cultivation base is a little weak, and the sky creators haven't been able to control their power very well. Otherwise, they would have definitely fallen. Even so, they can still control a portion of their power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many powerful beings so quickly. Eteonyun finally understood why the evil spirit tribe was so arrogant. They had already grasped some methods to make the evil spirit tribe pass through the barrier as they pleased, but they could at least mitigate the effects of the barrier and make it easier for their brethren to cross over. Aside from that, Eteonyun could sense a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from her body. It was extremely faint, and it would be very difficult to detect if one didn't pay close attention. After a period of analysis, Eteonyun's brows furrowed. There's a peculiar ball of energy within her body. He could sense that there was a peculiar ball of energy within Huan Mingyue's body. What was peculiar about it was that it didn't fuse with the Huan Mingyue. Instead, it existed independently. There's a peculiar ball of energy within her body. Heavenly God Misfortune looked at him with a puzzled expression. You can even sense that. I can only sense a little bit. I think it's the power of the sky creators, but it's hidden quite well, so I can't sense it for now. Eteonyun was telling the truth. He could only sense a little bit of it, but it wasn't very detailed. The inspection eye wasn't omnipotent, and it couldn't detect everything unless it was further upgraded. Alternatively, he could detect it more easily by touching the Huan Mingyue. All right, no matter what, after we return, we have to report the situation here in its entirety. She already had a recording crystal, which could record everything that had happened here. She would take it to the Fecta ruler when the time came. Such a major event would definitely stir up a massive commotion. This was an extremely serious matter that had to be taken seriously. That's for sure. However, it would be even better if we could capture this Huan Mingyue. Eteonyun stared intently at Huan Mingyue. She was a key figure, even more important than the evil emperor. The evil emperor couldn't affect the barrier, but she could. Hence, if he captured her, the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to send any reinforcements over for the time being. Capture this Huan Mingyue? The heavenly god Misfortune's eyes lit up, and he thought for a moment before replying, "That's interesting. As long as I can get close to her and be alone with her, I can capture her." Get close to her and be alone with her? That seems a little difficult. Eteonyun's brows furrowed. How was he going to get close to her? His current status was so low, and he would definitely be blasted to smithereens if he got close to her. As for being alone with her, that seemed to be even more difficult. At this moment, a powerful voice came from the side. "Since this is the Queen's coronation ceremony, I'll first offer a congratulatory gift. I hope you won't mind." An elder walked forward and took out a long sword. It was a pretty good superior grade, heavenly venerate spirit treasure, but it clearly didn't belong to him. Instead, it was a spoil of war that could only be obtained by killing someone. Since the evil spirit race was the first to give a big gift, the others would immediately follow up. All of them gave a big gift, so it was impossible for them to just say a few words of congratulations, right? Upon seeing this, Eteonyun's eyes lit up. I know a way to attract her attention. Chapter 1643. What is it? The heavenly god Misfortune's eyes lit up. If they could really capture her, then it would be a huge contribution. It could even be said that it would have a huge impact on the evil spirit tribe, and buy them more time. It would take them a very long time to nurture the next generation. Didn't you say you were going to find a way to get close to her? Let's start by giving her an impression of me. Tianyan smiled before walking forward. Gokai was just about to prepare the other treasures to offer when he saw Tianyan walking forward, and his expression shifted. What are you doing? Gokai thought he was going to do something and immediately rushed forward to stop him. However, Tianyan had already walked forward while yelling, "I am the sea evil spirit. I am here to congratulate the Empress on her coronation and to offer a generous gift." Tianyan referred to himself as the sea evil spirit, but no one had heard of this name before. Sea evil spirit? What's that name? The heavenly god Misfortune asked. Isn't it very simple? It's a dead evil spirit, Tianyan replied with a smile. Puffed, I didn't think it would mean that. How wicked. Wouldn't they be cursing themselves if they called you that? The heavenly god Misfortune chuckled. Something like that. Tianyan turned his gaze forward with a smile. At this moment, all of the evil spirit tribe cultivators around him had their eyes focused on him. Why was a heavenly venerate offering up here? Normally, it was the elders who came first. Why was it his turn to offer up an offering? However, they were a little angry, but they didn't dare to do anything. After all, they had all come up here to congratulate her. So what would it mean if they chased him away? As such, they could only look on from the sidelines. Even Gokai could only look on from below, not daring to say anything. Tianyan arrived before Huan Mingyue and took out 3 dark spirit fruits. This was definitely a great supplement for the evil spirit tribe, or for those with dark attribute constitutions. It was a treasure that could strengthen one's own constitution. Unless one's physique was strong to a heaven-defying degree, the dark spirit fruit would be quite effective. From the looks of it, most of the evil spirit race present needed it. Even if it was an Empyrean god, it would still have some effect. This was enough to show how powerful the dark spirit fruit was. Tianyan had spent a lot of money to buy these 3 dark spirit fruits from a shop. After thinking about it, he decided to give the dark spirit fruit. As for weapons and treasures, the other Empyreans could casually take them out. They had killed countless Empyreans and obtained countless Empyrean spirit treasures. The dark spirit fruit, on the other hand, was different. It was relatively rare and difficult to form, so it was a good gift. After the offerings were presented, the eyes of the many evil spirit race flashed. They never thought that Tianyan would have 3 dark spirit fruits. How could this kid have a dark spirit fruit? And most importantly, he didn't even offer it to me. That scoundrel. Gokai was filled with regret. This dark spirit fruit had some effect on him. As long as there was even a trace of effect, he didn't want to waste it. If he could strengthen it a little, he definitely wouldn't miss this dark spirit fruit. This made him remember why Tianyan's physique was so strong. It should be because he had absorbed the dark spirit fruit. Thank you. Huan Mingyue received the dark spirit fruit with an indifferent expression. She didn't show any joy. It was as if she hadn't received anything. Tianyan muttered in his heart. He didn't expect such a calm reaction. It seemed like this was no longer exciting to her. Although Huan Mingyue didn't feel anything about it, the evil emperor beside him was a little more interested in Tianyan. He didn't expect someone to give him a dark spirit fruit. This thing was quite good. After Tianyan presented the offerings, he turned around and returned to Gokai's side. What are you doing? Don't you know the order? Gokai was about to explode. It had nothing to do with him, how Tianyan died. The key was not to harm him. No matter what, he was the one who brought Tianyan up here. If anything happened, he would be responsible. The order? I'm sorry. I don't know. I only know that I want to congratulate the Empress on her coronation. Tianyan was very straightforward. Gokai didn't know how to refute him. That's not the point. Do you still have the dark spirit fruit? Gokai suppressed his anger and secretly sent a message to Tianyan. No, I've presented all of them. Not a single one is left, Tianyan said with a smile. Damn it, why didn't you present them to me? Gokai said angrily. You didn't say that I wanted to present them to you, did you? Tianyan looked at him and said. Gokai was about to explode. There was nothing wrong with what he said. If he didn't say that, his subordinates wouldn't present them to him. Unless he gave them a mission. That was another matter. Good, good. When this is over, I'll teach you a lesson. Heavenly God, Gokai wanted to teach Tianyan a lesson. Tianyan's rude behavior made him feel very uncomfortable. Tianyan shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Soon, it was Gokai's turn. First, it was the upper heavenly god's turn, and then it was the middle heavenly god's turn, who knew that Tianyan would break the order and not provoke Gokai's anger. This humble subject, Gokai, this is a generous gift. At the same time, the rude subordinate just now was this humble subject's subordinate. I'm very sorry. He really admires the evil emperor and the empress too much. That's why he offended you. I hope that the evil emperor and the empress won't blame him. At the same time, I hope that the 3 dark spirit fruits will be of help to the empress. Gokai directly took the credit. Although Tianyan was a little rude, the dark spirit fruits were really good. He could see that the evil emperor and the empress were quite satisfied. Therefore, he immediately took the credit. He didn't want the fat water to flow out. So he's your subordinate. This generous gift is not bad. The evil emperor smiled and nodded. Of course it's not bad. Originally, he told me that he wanted to present a generous gift. I said that he could only present it later. Who knew that he would be so rude? Gokai shook his head and sighed. This humble subject will definitely discipline him. This kind of thing won't happen again. It's fine. I don't care about these things. The evil emperor waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Thank you for your understanding, evil emperor. After handing over the generous gift, Gokai retreated. Chapter 1644. After Gokai took all the credit, he walked back in satisfaction. After returning, he turned his head and glared fiercely at Tianyan. Remember, these are all offerings from me. You understand? Understood, my lord. Tianyan shrugged his shoulders. The evil spirit race stole the credit of their subordinates. This was truly shameless. However, he was too lazy to say anything. Who asked his status to be so low here? As the other evil spirit race began to offer their offerings one after another, no matter what treasures they offered, Huan Mingyue's expression was indifferent. There was not much of an expression on his face. It was obvious that he was not interested in these things. She looked delicate, but now she looked cold, without any emotions. No one cared about this. After all, as the Empress, it was impossible for her to smile at everyone, right? After all, an elder in front of him stood up and said with a smile, "The congratulatory gifts have been given. Now, let's continue with the banquet, the life and death battle on the martial arts arena. Our evil spirit race has always carried out the trial of blood to select even more outstanding geniuses. If you want a powerful genius to appear, you must go through the baptism of blood. Then now, send out your own guards and prove your ability." It was finally time for this kind of martial arts competition, and it was a life and death duel. This meant that as long as they went on stage, they might die. In this match, the three of you go up and try your best to get a good performance. If your performance is too bad, and you can't even enter the top 20, then don't come down. Gokai said to them sternly. Yes, Lord Gokai. They all nodded heavily, including Tianyun, who was at the side. Sure enough, as Tianyun thought, Tianyun suddenly asked him to join, just for this fight. However, Gokai did not expect that there would be a coronation ceremony for the Empress. There was one thing that was fixed, and that was this kind of martial arts competition. This wasn't the first time this kind of banquet was held, so the general sequence was known, especially since the martial arts competition was fixed. Your physique is very strong. I have high hopes for you. If you can make it to the top 5, I won't hold you accountable for the mistakes you've made before. I'll even reward you handsomely and train you well, Gokai said to Tianyun. Fight my way into the top 5. Sir Gokai, you think too highly of me. Tianyun revealed a faint smile. Looking at Tianyun's rude attitude, Gokai was exasperated, but he didn't make a move. No matter what, you have to fight with all your might, understand? Isn't that for sure? If I didn't go all out, wouldn't I have died on the stage? Said Tianyun with a smile. You're getting more and more impudent. Veins popped on Gokai's forehead. He didn't know what Tianyun was doing. He had been refuting him since the beginning. No, I'm just stating the facts. Tianyun smiled. He was just casually provoking Gokai, but things were different now. He had already become the center of attention, so there was no way he would attack him. If it were before, Gokai would have dragged him down and gotten rid of him. This was the effect he wanted now. After everything was over, they would be alone together. Empyrean God Gokai definitely wanted to torture him or kill him. This would create a separate space, and the two of them would attack together to take down this guy. Although Gokai didn't kill the heavenly misfortune god, he had still captured him. If it weren't for the fact that she had some abilities, she would probably have suffered a calamity. At the same time, he also wanted to give the heavenly luck god an explanation and capture him, so that the heavenly luck god could join him. Good, good, good. I hope you don't disappoint me. Gokai suppressed his anger. Very soon, they selected the powerhouses they sent out. They were all heavenly venerables, and heavenly gods wouldn't participate in this competition. There were nearly 100 heavenly venerables on stage. This was a relatively large group. If they were sent out to fight, they would be able to suppress most of the rank 4 divine realms. This was only a portion of the evil spirit race. Not all of the heavenly venerables had gathered. If all of them had gathered, the number would have increased by several times. Looks like everyone has chosen their participants. This is a life and death battle. Unless you're sent flying out of the arena, admitting defeat is invalid. The elder standing at the side of the arena said with a smile, if you can get into the top 5, you will receive a reward from the evil emperor. This is the same as before, but the reward will be different. Many evil spirit race participants' eyes lit up. Their goal was basically to get into the top 5. If they could get in, they would receive a reward from the evil emperor. I will announce what the reward is after this is over. The reward won't disappoint you. The evil emperor sat on his throne and rested his chin on his hand as he looked over with a sinister expression. The evil emperor definitely wouldn't be bad. The reward would only be good, not bad. From their expressions, Tianyun knew that the reward would definitely be amazing. Soon, they all entered the arena, and the battles were in full swing, reaching a white-hot state. They were really going all out for the top 5. They used all kinds of techniques, and all of them were fatal. They didn't seem like they were from the same race at all. Instead, they seemed like they were foreign races or enemies. It really is a life and death battle. The evil spirit race really admires this method. Tianyun frowned. He didn't like this kind of life and death battle. Although it could temper them and be more effective than a normal duel, the loser might very well die. This way, the number of talents wasted would increase greatly. However, the evil spirit race was different. What they needed was this kind of baptism in blood. What about you? Are you planning to get into the top 5? The Heavenly Doom God asked. No, not into the top 5. I'm going to take first place. Etionyun looked up with an intense gaze. And I'm not going to let a single one of them go. I'm going to kill all of them if I can. Take first place. The Heavenly Doom God was shocked. Isn't that a little difficult? Your evil spirit puppet looks quite good, but it's still going to be quite difficult. The evil spirit puppet was only at the upper Heavenly Venerate initial stage, so there was still a significant gap between it and the other Heavenly Venerates at the pinnacle of the upper Heavenly Venerate level. I have you, don't I? If I release some of my aura of misfortune, they'll be a little more unlucky. Etionyun looked at the Heavenly Doom God with a smile. I almost forgot. The Heavenly Doom God's eyes lit up. Then let's work together, happily. Of course. Chapter 1645. After one battle after another, casualties soon began to appear, and the battle was extremely tragic. Even the winner would be seriously injured. As for the loser, needless to say, he would die a very miserable death. They unleashed all of their powers and even used their awakening crystals. Awakening crystals weren't very rare here. Normally, heavenly venerables and above would have one or two which could allow them to completely unleash their power. Some of them had only just entered the arena, but they immediately awakened their bloodline power. They were really going all out. Do they all have to rely on these awakening crystals to awaken? Etionyun looked at all of them using awakening crystals, and it looked like they were quite powerful. Rather than awakening crystals, they should be called resistance crystals. They don't belong to this world, so when they came here, their power was suppressed, and they couldn't easily unleash it. That's why they need awakening crystals to form resistance on the surface, Heavenly God Misfortune explained. So that's how it is. Etionyun didn't know about this, so they had probably only discovered this recently. Soon, it was Etionyun's turn. He had only just entered the arena, but his opponent immediately activated his awakening power, just like the other evil spirit tribe members. Even though his cultivation base was a level higher than Etionyun's, he still activated his awakening power without any hesitation. 10 arms and a pair of wings immediately appeared on his body, giving him a very sinister appearance. In particular, his terrifyingly handsome face made Etionyun want to beat him up even more. Before his awakening, he was either very ordinary or very ugly, but after his awakening, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Die. His opponent didn't say much to him before immediately charging over. He unleashed all of his heavenly venerate spirit treasures in an attempt to kill him in one strike. Etionyun couldn't awaken his power, nor did he have an awakening crystal, so he couldn't awaken his own power like his opponent. However, that wasn't important. Heavenly God Misfortune immediately unleashed an invisible power of misfortune. This power was very difficult to detect, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the evil emperor. After unleashing the power of misfortune, it immediately enveloped his opponent. When his opponent was attacking him fiercely, he suddenly swung his weapon. It circled in midair and actually cut his arm. As they had all used their full strength, the weapon had directly cut off several of his arms. For a moment, all the evil spirit race were dumbfounded. Why did I cut myself? This was too strange. No matter how he missed, he couldn't have cut himself, right? But now, this upper-level Empyrean had cut himself. The mistake he made was just too stupid. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Etionyun immediately turned into a ball of black light and fiercely attacked his opponent. Devour heaven and earth. One of the ultimate techniques of the evil spirit race was executed by Etion. It directly swept over and easily swallowed the head of the heavenly venerate, successfully killed evil spirit race, late upper heavenly master, gaining 20,000 EXP, 5,000 crazy point, 5,000 sin point, evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone. Piles of EXP popped up, and more importantly, he had obtained a lot of evil spirit race materials. This way, he could continue to upgrade the evil spirit puppet. Perfect! Etion smiled. Everything was so easy. He took advantage of the gap between the opponent and directly killed him, and then easily harvested his life. Your power of misfortune is really strong. You can easily affect a heavenly venerate. Etion couldn't help but praise. Isn't that for sure? If I can't even affect this, then I am not a heavenly god. Heavenly god Misfortune smiled and said, and let alone a heavenly venerate, I can even affect a heavenly god. This way, I can easily kill my way up. Etion was very satisfied with this result. This is the effect he wanted. It seems that it was the opponent's own mistake, not his doing. Even if he knew that it was his doing, it was his own strength, it would not be judged as cheating. What the hell? It's over just like that. That guy is too stupid. As a heavenly venerate, how can his control be so bad? Forget it. This guy is really lucky. He met such a stupid opponent and easily killed him. Why didn't I meet him? That idiot must have eaten too much just then, which is why he made such a stupid mistake. All of them were very disdainful of Etion's opponent. It would be one thing if his cultivation base was very weak, but it was far too stupid for someone with such a high cultivation base to make such a mistake. Gokai was quite satisfied with this result, regardless of the situation. As long as Etion could continue to win, it would be beneficial to him. Following this, the battles continued. And due to the fact that they could only compete in one battle at a time, there was still some time for them to rest. However, when it was their turn next, they would have to compete in the next round, and they would not be able to continue recovering. This would not end until the first place was revealed. This meant that those who were severely injured and unable to move would either have to admit defeat or continue fighting. As such, recovery speed was very important. All of them quickly consumed all types of pills or swallowed all types of blood to recover. Etion didn't really care, and he pretended to recover slightly before proceeding to the next battle. The same thing happened in the next battle. Due to heavenly god Misfortune's interference, his opponent made a slight mistake again. However, it was precisely such a slight mistake that brought about death. He made another mistake, and Etion succeeded. This made many evil spirit tribe members feel that Etion was really too lucky. Why did he encounter such an idiot again? The other heavenly god elders began to speculate whether Etion had used some strange technique to make his opponent like this. Does this brat have some kind of hidden technique? Gokai began to speculate. However, Etion soon used violence to shatter their thoughts. In the next battle, he didn't use heavenly god Misfortune's power. Instead, he directly attacked and pummeled his opponent. In the end, Etion won. After all, he had many heavenly venerate spirit treasures. How could he not smash his opponent into pieces? Moreover, his physique was stronger than his opponent's. If they really fought, Etion would definitely have the upper hand. This victory made many evil spirit tribe members look at each other in dismay. They had thought that their opponent was stupid this time. Who would have thought that Etion would win with his own strength? This made them look at him in a new light. He still has some strength, but he smashed a little too many heavenly venerate spirit treasures. Looks like he has killed quite a few heavenly venerates. Speaking of which, I've never seen him before. I don't know where he came from. Chapter 1646. Eteonion won 3 rounds in a row and immediately became the focus of many evil spirit races. This was the effect that Eteonion wanted. He was not afraid of being high profile. On the contrary, the more high profile he became, the better. Only then would he be able to attract the attention of the evil emperor, and even more so, attract the attention of Juan Mingyue. However, Juan Mingyue only glanced over indifferently and did not have much interest. However, thinking about it carefully, with such a huge difference in cultivation, Juan Mingyue was the true genius, and he was only here to add to the fun. Even if he got first place, he would at most be praised for his potential, but it was impossible for him to marry Juan Mingyue or something like that. Therefore, Eteonion's initial plan was to let the evil emperor think highly of him. It would be best if he could join the personal guards or something like that. Only then would he be able to get close to Juan Mingyue. At the same time, he could go deep into the enemy's ranks and find out more information. Although he had won 3 rounds in a row, he was not the most dazzling person in the entire arena. There were still many other people who were the most dazzling. There were a few evil spirit races who were extremely strong. From the very beginning, they were existences that could crush their opponents, and they did not even need to awaken. Eteonion could only be said to be a bright spot, but not the most dazzling one. If there were more than one competition, only a small number of people would pay attention to him, and not so many evil spirit races would pay attention to him. Thus, after the competition ended, the next round quickly continued. The rest of Heavenly God Gokai's guards were either dead or had failed, leaving only Eteonion behind. Not bad. You are prepared to fight your way into the top 20. Continue to work hard and fight your way into the top 5. Gokai started to get excited and even forgot about his previous anger. Right now, he only wanted Eteonion to win this round and enter the top 5. Only then would he be able to obtain rewards and win glory for him. Sir, I will work harder. It's just that I don't have many resources on hand right now, such as awakening crystals. These are basically all gone. Eteonion looked at him and said, "You don't even have awakening crystals?" Without even thinking, Gokai stuffed a few over. Take all of these crystals and only use them when necessary. If you use them casually, it will be difficult for you to participate in the next round. After awakening, the overdraft was very severe. Previously, even if the evil spirit race won, the situation would become extremely bad. Even if they could fight in the next battle, the chances of them losing were extremely high. I'll be careful. Eteonion took the things that Gokai gave him. In any case, it would be a waste if he didn't take these things. He still didn't know if the awakening crystal would have any effect on the evil spirit puppets. As the number of battles increased, Eteonion gradually made his way into the top 10. Soon, it was time for the top 5 battles. The further he went, the stronger the opponents he faced would be. Now, he was facing the extremely powerful evil spirit race. He was a late-stage, upper, heavenly venerable. His cultivation was strong, his bloodline was strong, and most importantly, his abilities were also strong. This battle would determine who would be in the top 5. It was an important battle. The other party had awakened without hesitation. He hadn't awakened before, but now that he was facing Eteonion, he had awakened without hesitation. 11 arms appeared. Compared to the majority of the awakened upper-level heavenly venerables, this was an extra arm. This meant that his strength was about to step into the heavenly god level. An incomparably tyrannical aura was released from his body. A black snake coiled around his pitch-black body, looking extremely evil. You have the qualifications for me to awaken my strength to fight. You should awaken too. Otherwise, Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Emperor Sua Chao stared coldly at Yi Tianyun. I don't need any awakening to deal with you. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Such an arrogant action made the evil spirit race below the stage shake their heads. They felt that Yi Tianyun was too arrogant. This was to determine the top 5, which meant that the opponents were all extremely strong. If he didn't awaken his own strength when his opponent was already very strong, then he would be too arrogant. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was already weaker than his opponent's. Now that he was playing such a trick, wasn't he courting death? Does this guy think that his opponent will be so stupid as to cause an accident? That's right. If something happens to Emperor Sua Chao, then all the other heavenly venerates will have problems as well. It's fine. We'll just watch as he gets beaten to a pulp. This is what happens to the weak, especially the stupid. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. There was no sympathy in their hearts, only endless mockery. Idiot, what are you doing? Hurry up and awaken. Your opponent is very powerful. If you don't awaken your strength, you'll lose. Gokai quickly transmitted his voice to Yi Tianyun, trying to get him to awaken his strength as well. In his eyes, he didn't need to get first place or top 3. Just making it into the top 5 would be enough. Furthermore, he felt that the limit for Yi Tianyun was the top 5. Top 3 was impossible. As such, he had to unleash his full strength. It was enough for him to make it into the top 5. Yi Tianyun turned a deaf ear to his voice transmission, still doing his own thing, completely ignoring him. Prepare to make him face the ground. Yi Tianyun instructed the heavenly misfortune god. No problem. The heavenly misfortune god snapped her fingers. This was a piece of cake for her. Looks like you're quite confident in your own strength. Heavenly Venerate Sua Chao's voice was cold. However, you'll pay for your stupidity very soon. Boom. Heavenly Venerate Sua Chao attacked ferociously. Just like the other Heavenly Venerates, he also unleashed all sorts of Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures. Just as he was about to attack, a burst of special energy swept over. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Venerate spirit treasures that were gathering power exploded right beside him. Boom! Following a loud explosion, Heavenly Venerate Sua Chao's power instantly became chaotic. However, he quickly stabilized his body and stamped his foot on the ground. Immediately afterward, his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell backward. The moment he fell, a black shadow had already flashed to his side, waved a hard fist, and smashed it on his head. Boom! Another loud explosion erupted, and Heavenly Venerate Sua Chao's head was smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Such a cowardly way of dying appeared before the eyes of the evil spirit tribe once again. First, he had lost control, causing his energy to dissipate and explode. Thankfully, his foundation was quite good, and he was able to immediately stabilize the impact of this power. However, his foot had slipped, and upon closer inspection, he had still stepped on the Heavenly Venerate spirit treasure that had been blasted away. The impact of this explosion made him unable to stabilize his body, allowing Yi Tianyun to succeed. An instant kill. It was as if everything was within his expectations. All the evil spirit tribe beings were dumbfounded. They had thought that Heavenly Venerate Sua Chao wouldn't be stupid, but who would have thought that he would still be stupid and die just like the other Heavenly Venerates? Chapter 1647. All right. Gokai was startled at first, then he clapped his hands and cheered. No matter what move Yi Tianyun used to win, it was still considered his strength. He had thought that Yi Tianyun would lose, but who knew that he would actually win this round? This meant that he had entered the top 5. Regardless of whether he won or lost, it would not be a problem to enter the top 5. What the hell? There's a problem even like this. Did this Emperor Sua Chao eat something wrong, or did he have a problem with his control over his power? Why did it suddenly explode? That's right. It's probably because he used too little of his awakening power, that he didn't control it well. I'm really envious of that kid. He won another round like this. I thought it would be a dangerous match, but now he won it so easily. What a joke. They were envious, jealous, and hateful of Etienne. He easily entered the top 5. How could they not feel envious and jealous? If it were any other opponent, they would probably be crushed by Emperor Sua Chao. Facing the envious gazes of the evil spirit race, Etienne ignored them and directly walked down, returning to Gokai's side. Hurry up and admit defeat, understand? Gokai immediately said with a sound transmission. Hurry up and admit defeat. Etienne was startled, but he immediately understood what Gokai meant. Gokai was afraid that he would be killed, so he immediately asked him to admit defeat. If he died, even second place would be useless. If he died, what was the point of talking about ranking? That's right, if you continue, you will be in even more danger. If you can enter a higher ranking, of course I will be very happy, but for your safety, it's better to admit defeat quickly. Gokai advised, even if I'm not first place, my current ranking is enough to receive a reward. Lord Gokai, I strongly disagree with this. If I want to do it, then do it to the best. I don't want to be at the bottom. Etienne retorted. But if you die, you'll have nothing. Gokai gritted his teeth. He really wanted to slap Etienne to death. No matter what he said, Etienne wouldn't listen. This was what gave him the biggest headache. If it were any other subordinate, even if it was a heavenly venerable, they would want to flatten him. Right now, Etienne was the key person who decided his reputation. How could he dare to act recklessly? Are you so sure that I will die? Etienne asked calmly. This is better to be safe than sorry. There were quite a few who were very strong, and some of them were even close to stepping into the heavenly god realm. For the sake of this challenge, they even suppressed their cultivation to the upper level, heavenly venerable level. If it weren't for the sake of participating in this competition, they would have broken through to the heavenly god realm long ago. With your cultivation base, do you think you can win against a heavenly god? Gokai was about to explode from anger. No matter what he said, he wouldn't listen to him. How could he not be angry? There's such a situation? Etienne raised his eyes to look at the remaining participants. Those were indeed very strong. Compared to most late-stage, upper-level, heavenly venerable powerhouses, they were a notch stronger. He thought that they were very strong to begin with. It turned out that in order to participate in this competition, they deliberately suppressed their cultivation base to this level. After this matter was over, they would probably all have broken through. This was too sinister. It was basically equivalent to facing a heavenly god. That's right. I'm doing this for your own good. It's also for my own good. Understand? Gokai felt very vexed. If he had signed a slave contract with Etienne before, so many things wouldn't have happened. Instead, it was him who needed help from Etienne. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he wanted to sign a slave contract here. All right, I'll see to it, Etienne said indifferently. Etienne didn't care about Gokai's words. He would definitely do things according to his own plan. Veins popped on Gokai's forehead when he saw Etienne's attitude. However, he could only endure it. With so many people watching, he couldn't make a move even if he wanted to. No matter how talented his subordinates were, if they didn't listen to him, he wouldn't keep them around. Damn it! I hope they don't disappoint me. Gokai gritted his teeth. Soon, the results of the competition were out, and the remaining rankings were revealed one after another. Finally, it was Etienne's turn to compete again. He faced one of the powerful beings who wanted to break through to the heavenly god level. He stood in front of Eteonion with an indifferent expression. I don't know what kind of strange technique you're using, but all your schemes and tricks are useless before me. Heavenly Venerate Zwo long clenched his fists, and dark power gathered in his palms. In the next instant, he took the initiative to attack Eteonion. Heavenly Misfortune God, same as before. Eteonion couldn't be bothered with this Heavenly Venerate Zwo long. In any case, he just had to throw a bunch of power of misfortune at him. Heavenly Misfortune God immediately unleashed the power of misfortune, but it was repelled by Heavenly Venerate Zwo long. It was completely useless. It's useless? Heavenly Misfortune God was shocked. This Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long's situation is very unusual. He seems to have a constitution that can resist the power of misfortune. Everyone's situation was different. Some people could resist certain types of misfortune, and Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long was one of them. It's useless. Eteonion was taken aback. He thought he would be able to deal with it easily like before, but it looked like things weren't going to be that easy. He then smiled. If it's useless, then I'll use my fist to deal with it. Immediately afterward, Eteonion threw himself at Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long. He wanted to use his powerful physique to take on Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long Boom. After the first clash, Eteonion was sent flying, and a large part of his powerful physique caved in. In contrast, Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long was completely unscathed. He had completely crushed Eteonion. Is that all you've got? Then I'm really disappointed. Heavenly Venerate Zwo Long looked at Eteonion with disdain. He had thought that Eteonion would be able to put up a fight against him, but it looked like Eteonion wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. The difference in strength is indeed too big. It's really difficult to make up for it with just this body. Eteonion shook his head. If this continued, he would definitely lose. His opponent was so powerful. If he couldn't rely on the power of misfortune, it would be really difficult to make up for this gap. There were only two ways to make up for this gap. The first was to use the Evil Spirit's Pearl, and the second was to use the Awakening Crystal. If he used the Evil Spirit's Pearl now, he would expose his strength too quickly. Thus, he had to use the Awakening Crystal. Eteonion took out the Awakening Crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, the bloodline power in his body began to be released crazily. Boom! A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and 10 thick arms grew out. His aura surged wildly. It seemed that even evil spirit puppets could be awakened. Chapter 1648. After Eteonion had awakened, celestial masters Zwo Long hadn't. In his opinion, even if Eteonion had awakened his power, it wouldn't pose too much pressure to him. In the end, you still awakened your bloodline? I thought you wouldn't awaken it, but with this little bit of power, the difference is still too big. Celestial Master Zwo Long snorted coldly and attacked Eteonion fiercely. Eteonion was familiarizing himself with this feeling. He had to admit that after awakening, his combat power had increased a lot. He was originally at the early stage upper-level Celestial Master level, but after the eruption, his overall combat power had reached the mid-stage level. It could be said that he had forcibly risen a level, and this increase was still very strong. Adding on other powers, his overall strength was close to the late-stage upper-level Celestial Master level. However, compared to his opponent, there was still a gap. Give me the fusion materials. Eteonion began to crazily smash the evil spirit blood, evil spirit bones, and so on in order to increase the cultivation of the evil spirit puppet. If he didn't increase his cultivation, then it would naturally be difficult for him to deal with Celestial Master Zwo Long. He didn't want to lose here. Ding! Evil Spirit Puppet has successfully increased to the mid-stage upper level Celestial Master level. After increasing a level, Celestial Master Zhuolong attacked. He never waited for his opponent to take the initiative, but took the initiative himself. Boom! The two clashed again. After a violent tremor, both of them were sent flying. It was just that Tianyun was in a more difficult situation, and Celestial Master Zhuolong was in a better situation. However, it seemed that there wasn't much of a gap between the two. It was basically a draw. Even if Celestial Master Zhuolong won later, he would have to fight many times and exhaust his own energy before he could win against Tianyun. Such strong power. How did it increase so much? Celestial Master Zhuolong was stunned. He was clearly weaker than him before. According to his calculations, even if he awakened his bloodline, there would still be a gap. Awakening wasn't invincible. There was a limit to how much it could increase. It couldn't increase endlessly. Thus, everything was within his expectations. Who would have thought that everything would be out of his expectations? The power that erupted was actually on par with his own. So strong. Tianyun felt like his ghoul puppet's body was being torn apart. His opponent was too strong, an existence that was infinitely close to becoming a heavenly god. How could he not be strong? The previous opponents could be easily killed, but the difficulty of the current opponents was too high. It seemed that it would be quite difficult to kill them. Both felt that the other was very strong, especially Celestial Master Zhuolong, who was the most shocked. If he had not awakened, he would not have been able to deal with Tianyun. However, if it were to awaken, then his battle prowess would decrease in the next round. Most of the time, it wasn't that they didn't want to awaken, but that after awakening, their bodies would suffer serious damage, and their advantage in the next round would be small. At present, no one could completely recover after using the awakening crystal. It would be great if they could recover even half of it. However, if the opponent had not awakened it before, then the effect would be different after awakening it. Victory was basically assured, so they were reluctant to awaken their bloodlines. Now, Celestial Master Zhuolong did not want to awaken his bloodline. If he had awakened his bloodline, he would have done so long ago. Now that they were locked in a stalemate, if this continued, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Is he going to awaken his bloodline? Celestial Master Zhuolong stared angrily at Tianyun. He had originally planned to awaken his bloodline in the next round. If he did not use it now, then he could only win this round with great difficulty. If it was very difficult to win, then he might as well unleash his strongest power and kill his opponent as fast as possible. That was the best way. He did not hesitate for too long. He immediately took out the awakening crystal, swallowed it, and unleashed his strongest power. Boom! Celestial Master Zhuolong was already very strong, and after using the awakening crystal, he became even stronger. This seagull puppet is finished. It even stimulated Celestial Master Zhuolong's awakening. He won by using skills, but he won't be able to fight to the end. Isn't that necessary? Without strength, everything is empty talk. He was lucky to be able to fight his way into the top 5. In the end, luck is useless. He has to rely on his own strength. Everyone thought that Tianyun would lose without a doubt. Previously, he had relied on a bit of luck. Now, that Celestial Master Zhuolong was so heaven-defying, and his aura was extremely stable. How could he repeat the situation of his previous opponents? Hurry up and escape. When Gokai saw Celestial Master Zhuolong unleash his full power, he had a premonition that something was wrong. If this continued, Tianyun might die. Tianyun did not hear the cries in his heart. Instead, he continued to stand firmly in place, watching Celestial Master Zwolong rush over with cold eyes. Now that things have come to this, I can only mobilize the power of the evil spirit's pearl. He could not use misfortune to deal with Celestial Master Zwolong, nor could he rely on his current strength to resist. He could only choose to mobilize the evil spirit's pearl. Immediately, he began to mobilize the power of the evil spirit's pearl. With just a slight movement, the power of evil spirits in the evil spirit's pearl rapidly filled his body. Whoa! He felt the evil spirit puppet's body shake violently. Then, an extremely evil power was released from its body. In the next moment, the wings on its back suddenly multiplied to 4, and the 10 arms suddenly increased to 12. This was an effect that only a sky celestial could produce, but it had now appeared on a celestial master. Boom! The terrifying power of the evil spirit's pearl pressed down on Celestial Master Zwolong, causing the left dragon's legs to weaken. He actually knelt in front of Tianyun. Celestial Master Zwolong was shocked. In the face of this power, he had actually developed a mentality of submission. By the time he reacted and quickly got up from the ground, a black light had already filled his eyes. Die! An extremely fast and violent kick came over, bursting Celestial Master Zwolong's head. It was almost a one-hit kill. He had killed Celestial Master Zwolong in an instant. Tianyun's enhanced power was very strong, but it was definitely not strong enough to kill Celestial Master Zwolong in an instant. The key was that when Celestial Master Zwolong felt the power of the evil spirit's pearl, he had an urge to kneel down and worship it from the bottom of his heart, allowing Tianyun's sneak attack to succeed. After the instant kill, the entire place was eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding sky celestial elders, including the evil emperor, all stood up in shock. They had actually felt the power of the evil spirits from Tianyun, which made them feel very incredulous. Chapter 1649. The aura of the evil spirits. I sense the aura of the evil spirits from him. How is this possible? He has the aura of the evil spirits. Is he a descendant of the evil spirits? This is possible. This is the only possibility. Many elders were shocked. They felt that Tianyun was a descendant of the evil spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the aura of the evil spirits. As for the evil spirit's pearl, they didn't think about it. The main thing was that they didn't sense it, so they didn't think too much about it. Although the aura of the evil spirit puppet was exactly the same as that of the evil spirit tribe, it was still a puppet. For example, the evil spirit tribe couldn't cut off their essence blood or essence energy. Cutting it off was equivalent to cutting off their own blood. How could they survive then? The evil spirit puppet was different. It could cut off whatever it wanted, stop bleeding if it didn't want to, or stop beating if it didn't want to. Therefore, it could control many things. The evil spirit's pearl could completely suppress it and not let it release any aura. Thus, it could easily suppress the effect. No one would feel the aura of the evil spirit's pearl inside. If not for Tianyun releasing some aura, the Fecta domain Lord wouldn't have been able to sense the evil spirit's pearl's aura. Therefore, the evil spirit puppet was definitely the best body to hide the evil spirit's pearl. Most importantly, it could be used perfectly. There were almost no side effects. When he released his power, he felt as if the evil spirit puppet had been activated to its strongest effect. Its power was greatly increased. It didn't consume any essence blood. The only thing it consumed was the energy in its body. This was the difference between the user. Normal cultivators would extract essence blood, but the evil spirit puppet didn't have this problem. It could also use its power to the fullest. Looking at their shocked expressions, Tianyun knew that it would have this effect. To them, the evil spirits were a god, a supreme god. They absolutely worshipped him. Of course, he didn't dare to act recklessly before he was forced to. God knew what they were thinking. If Evil Emperor was in control of everything and did not want this to happen, or if Evil Emperor had seen through him, then Tianyun believed that it was hard to see through him, but it didn't mean that it was impossible to see through him. No one could guarantee that. Now, it seemed that there was no problem. See, evil spirit, where are you from? The evil emperor looked at him with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I don't know. I was born single, and I don't know where I came from. Tianyun answered simply and crudely. Then can you release that power again? Evil Emperor asked. Sure. Tianyun released the power of the evil spirits again, but only slightly. He didn't dare to release too much at once. Not only would it be easy to expose himself, but a lot of his energy would also be drained. After releasing it once more, the elders exchanged glances with one another and could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This is really the power of evil spirits. He's probably the descendant of evil spirits. That's right, this familiar energy is undoubtedly the descendant of evil spirits. That's great. Lord Evil Spirits still has descendants. They were all surprised. They didn't expect there to be a descendant of evil spirits. They had all witnessed the strength of evil spirits. And if there were descendants here, they would undoubtedly be able to greatly increase their strength. The descendant of evil spirits. Gokai was dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of him. Dumbfounded. Suddenly, he remembered how he treated Tianyun, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. If Tianyun blamed him, he would be finished. Even though his cultivation was not weak, bloodline and status were the most important thing here. There was no doubt that the evil spirit's status was higher than the evil emperor's. As for the descendant of evil spirits, no matter what, they were on the same level as the empress. In this kind of situation, if they pursued the matter, wouldn't he be dead meat? This really is the power of evil spirits. The evil emperor quickly flew over, grabbed Tianyun's arm, and then quickly checked Tianyun's body. After circling around, he said doubtfully, "Strange. I can't find any problems with the bloodline." Tianyun could be said to be holding his breath. A super strong upper celestial god had grabbed him. If they really fought, he would not be able to break free. I'm not too sure about that. Tianyun could only deny it. The evil emperor slowly withdrew his hand, shook his head, and said, "It seems that the power of evil spirits can only be released in battle. Normally, it can't be detected, but only the bloodline of evil spirits can have this kind of deterrence." That's right, if he really is the descendant of Lord Evil Spirits, then we have to nurture him well. Otherwise, when Lord Evil Spirits unseals and finds out that his descendant is not being nurtured, he will definitely be furious. Yes, I didn't expect to see the descendant of Lord Evil Spirits in this competition. This is really incredible. This is really a double blessing. Not only did we get a princess, but we also met the descendant of Lord Evil Spirits. Yeah, it's really a double blessing. Congratulations. For a moment, all the elders showed happy expressions. To be able to encounter such a thing, how could they not be happy? Fortunately, Tianyun was fine. Otherwise, they would be dead. Indeed, it is a double blessing. The evil emperor looked at Tianyun, nodded, and said, "From now on, you will stay here. You don't need to do anything else." Then he turned to look at Gokai and asked, "Does Gokai have any objections?" "No objections, no objections at all." Gokai quickly waved his hand, not daring to say anything. If he said no, he would probably be cut into pieces. "Yes, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows when we would be able to find the descendant of Lord Evil Spirits?" The evil emperor smiled. "Not at all, not at all. It's all because of your luck, Lord Evil Spirits." Gokai's back was already drenched in cold sweat, but he did not forget to look at Itianyun, worried that Itianyun would say something bad about him. However, Itianyun's expression was calm, and he did not have any intention of doing so. "Lord Evil Emperor, do you still want to compete with me?" Itianyun asked as he looked at the evil spirit race's members around him. He didn't know if the evil spirit race's members were going to continue. "The competition still needs to continue, but you don't need to compete anymore. Come sit with me and watch." The evil emperor smiled and said, "By the way, don't call me Lord Evil Emperor. Just call me Uncle Evil Emperor." "Yes, Uncle Evil Emperor." Itianyun was speechless. This change in treatment was really big, from the initial competitors to the relatives of the emperor. Chapter 1650. Itianyun busied himself for a long time, and all he did was release a hint of the evil spirit's aura, and all of them immediately knelt before him with reverence and reverence. This was a far cry from what they had been receiving in the past. All of the evil spirit tribe, living beings who were gossiping about him, also obediently shut their mouths and didn't dare to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she had become a descendant of an evil god. This made her equal to the evil emperor, or rather, slightly lower. She was basically on the same level as the queen. Who would dare to say anything under these circumstances? At the very least, none of them dared to do so anymore. Even Gokai didn't dare to say anything. He could only pray that Itianyun wouldn't pursue this matter, and that would already be extremely fortunate. However, what was even more tragic for Itianyun was that he had worked so hard for nothing. He had even tried to sneak in and establish a good relationship with Huan Minghua. Now, he didn't even need to establish a good relationship with Huan Minghua. He had become one of them, and he even had to refer to the evil empress as uncle. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't dare to take this risk. Unless he had no other choice, he really didn't dare to release the power of the evil spirits in case he was detected. Now, it looked like he had been overthinking things. He should have released it from the very beginning, but he had always been cautious and didn't want to expose himself as much as possible. "Looks like I've worked so hard for nothing. All I have to do is release the power of the evil spirits a little, and everything will be much easier." Itianyun shrugged in a resigned manner within the evil spirit puppet's body. Even the heavenly doom god was very surprised by this turn of events. He really couldn't turn things around. "This evil spirit puppet of yours is truly powerful. Even with the evil emperor's probing, it was still unable to detect it." The heavenly doom god was completely flabbergasted. "If possible, I really would like to pay a higher price to cultivate this mystic technique." "I can't do that. This is a mystic technique, so even if the price you're offering is very tempting, I can only refuse. Some things can't be taught just because I want to." Itianyun shrugged. The heavenly misfortune god nodded in agreement. However, what she thought was that Itianyun was limited by the fact that he could only impart it to her, so he couldn't impart it to others unless Itianyun's master approved it. Little did they know that the reason why Itianyun couldn't teach it to others was because it wasn't a secret technique. It was just a simple assembly. However, he was the only one who could execute this assembly. No one else could. When others killed their opponents, how could these materials drop? "No matter what, we have officially snuck in. When the time comes, we will find time to capture this princess." A cold light flashed through the heavenly misfortune god's eyes. As long as he could control the dark illusion moon, he would at least be able to alleviate the situation. That's for sure. Itianyun nodded. Then he sat down next to the evil emperor, beside the empress and the others. Originally, as a participant, or more accurately as a performer, they had to put on a show in front of their superiors. Now that he had become a superior, he watched as the evil spirit race continued to fight and kill each other. No matter who won first place, it had nothing to do with him. Even the first place had to kneel before him to speak. This was the position of a superior. This sudden turn of events struck all of the evil spirit race powerful beings who had initially viewed Eteonion as their opponent in disbelief. They had been opponents just a moment ago, but they had become subordinates in the next instant. There was an insurmountable gap between them. As soon as he sat down, Juan Mingyue's gaze locked onto him, and their eyes met. Eteonion met her gaze, and a burst of power soon surged from her eyes, drilling into his eyes and striking straight into the depths of his heart. However, Eteonion quickly severed this connection, so that this power couldn't continue to seep into his heart. Mind-reading technique. Eteonion's heart jolted. He didn't think that such a sinister technique would exist. Dark Illusion Moon's technique was similar to the mind-reading technique. As long as one stared closely at him, they would be able to read the secrets in his heart through their eyes. The longer he stared, the more secrets he could read. It was much more powerful than the soul search. He never thought that Dark Illusion Moon would actually have a secret technique similar to mind-reading technique. This was a divine skill that even Eteonion was unable to draw. He had always wanted to draw a similar divine skill, but he had never drawn one. Or rather, there was none at all. Of course, this was also a very rude display. If he was sensed, he would be extremely angry. However, he was using Dark Illusion Moon, so even if he had a temper, he would have to suppress it. Lady Empress, what do you mean by this? Eteonion asked calmly. There's no other meaning. I just feel that you're different. Dark Illusion Moon looked at him indifferently and said, Are you willing to let me look at you for a while longer? No problem. Feel free to look. Eteonion continued to look straight into her eyes. Dark Illusion Moon's beautiful eyes flashed, and then another wave of power seeped in. This time, Eteonion had cut off the connection and allowed Dark Illusion Moon to look. What Dark Illusion Moon really saw was just an empty shell. Without the support of Eteonion's soul, she naturally couldn't see his memories. After moving around for a while, Dark Illusion Moon said in shock, I can't see anything. How did you do this? She looked around and realized that she couldn't see any memories. It was like she had entered an empty room with nothing. Do you want to know? When this is over, come find me. Eteonion smiled and buried a lead. Dark Illusion Moon stared at him. After a while, she turned her head and said, Okay, when this is over, I will come find you. In the evil spirit puppet space, Eteonion was shocked. He hadn't thought it would be so simple. Is it that easy to lure her here? Eteonion didn't expect it to be so easy. He just casually said yes. Isn't this great? Heavenly God Misfortune was elated. When she comes to your room, I will capture her. When that happens, we will immediately escape from here and achieve our goal. Everything was going so smoothly. The only downside was that this puppet was going to be crippled. With so many spies around, no matter where Dark Illusion Moon went, people would know where she was. After entering Eteonion's room, she didn't come out again, so there was definitely something wrong. As such, after escaping, this evil spirit puppet would be crippled. However, capturing Dark Illusion Moon, the princess of the evil spirit tribe, who also had the bloodline of the Heaven Creator tribe, was quite worth it. I hope everything is as easy as we think. Eteonion had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. This Dark Illusion Moon wasn't as simple as she looked. Then, they turned their attention back to the competition. The rest of the competition was basically a battle to the death. However, the result had nothing to do with him anymore. Chapter 1651. The competition is over soon. Eteonion doesn't know who won first place. He doesn't care about it anymore. He wasn't even paying attention to this. Instead, he was looking around to see who was hostile toward him. A descendant of the evil spirits had suddenly appeared, so there would definitely be evil spirit tribe members who would be displeased. As such, he wanted to see who was the one who was displeased with him. After looking around, he discovered that there were many people who were displeased with him, especially those who were his opponents before. They all felt that Itianyan was like a chicken feather turned into a phoenix, suddenly flying up to the sky. This kind of treatment made them feel very uncomfortable. Itianyan doesn't care about this kind of thing. It's normal for him to have this kind of idea. What he really cared about was the thoughts of the elders, setting aside Gokai. Even though his status had been elevated, they were still very displeased with him. How could heavenly god Gokai have a good impression of him, especially when he was threatening his own identity? After looking around carefully, he discovered that there was almost no one who truly had a favorable impression of him. In other words, the only one who had a favorable impression of him was Huan Mingyue. This was very strange. Huan Mingyue had a favorable impression of him. The one who was the most hostile toward him was none other than the evil emperor. The evil emperor, who had made Itianyan refer to him as Uncle Evil Emperor, was the one who was the most hostile toward him. He appeared to be very benevolent and had an extremely good attitude toward him, but he was also extremely hostile toward him. He was the one who was the most hostile toward him. Even when compared to Gokai, he didn't feel as much hostility toward him. However, his daughter, Huan Mingyue, had a favorable impression of him. This was extremely strange. They were polar opposites. How strange. Yi Tianyun's brows furrowed. He couldn't read minds, so he didn't know what the evil emperor was thinking. What's strange? Heavenly God Doom asked upon seeing Yi Tianyun's brows furrowed. The evil emperor is extremely hostile toward me. Yi Tianyun looked at Heavenly God Doom. The one who is the most hostile toward me is the evil emperor. Looks like he thinks that my return has threatened his position. Very likely. The evil spirit tribe is very concerned about their status, and status determines everything. You've suddenly returned. So how can he not be hostile toward you? Heavenly Doom God said in a grim voice, perhaps he'll send someone to kill you someday, so he's not afraid of the evil spirits descending. Yi Tianyun was a little conflicted at the thought of the evil spirits. Of course, I am, but who knows when the seal on the evil god will be lifted? The heavenly misfortune god chuckled. Besides, how would the evil god know if I killed you in secret? But if the evil spirits descend, then his status will drop. Yi Tianyun didn't really understand these things. Because the evil spirits are a paramount being. If they descend, they will at most become their leader, but you have a chance to replace his position. Heavenly God Doom was very familiar with this topic, as expected of the daughter of the Fecta region lord. That's true. Looks like you really know a lot, Heavenly God Doom. Yi Tianyun looked at her with a smile. I thought you only knew how to research stuff like the Fecta region lord. Heavenly God Doom rolled her eyes. As the daughter of the Fecta region lord, I have to assist him in his management. How could I only know how to research stuff like that? Yi Tianyun recalled the Fecta region lord's crazed expression and realized that this was indeed the case. Speaking of which, I think your father's crazy research into the evil spirit's bead also has something to do with you. Yi Tianyun looked at Heavenly God Doom with a smile. He's probably going to kill Gokai after he finishes his research. Father! Heavenly God Doom nodded with a scorching light in his eyes. Then let's go back as soon as this is over. We can't let them worry. If he really does come, then things will be even more troublesome. But my father is very calm, very terrifyingly calm. Indeed, I can't even tell that he's grieving over the loss of his daughter. Your sister is the same. She doesn't show any grief, but that's all on the surface. Etionyan shook his head. His entire family was terrifyingly calm. They had to do this for the sake of the bigger picture. How could they not be sad that they couldn't avenge their sister? However, they had no choice but to suppress this rage and continue. If they were to expose themselves, it would have a severe impact on the Fecta realm. So they could only calm down. Etionyan was very impressed by their calmness. If he were in their shoes, he would most likely have come alone. They were looking at the bigger picture, and Etionyan would also look at the bigger picture. However, he wouldn't draw the help of the entire divine realm. Instead, he would come alone and slowly exhaust them to death. Of course, it's a good thing you didn't die. I wonder what kind of expressions they'll have when you get back. Etionyan smiled. The situation outside was beginning to change. The competition was over, so the coronation ceremony was about to reach its most critical conclusion. This time, she was not only facing the elders in front of her, but also all of the evil spirit tribe in this area. The evil emperor waved a hand, and the scene in this area was projected outside. At the same time, a tall platform was constructed in front of them. The evil emperor slowly walked up with the empress, and their auras continued to proliferate outward. Huan Mingyue put on a lavish dress and followed the evil emperor onto the platform to carry out this grand coronation ceremony. After the evil emperor placed a luxurious crown on her head, the whole coronation ceremony ended. I will lead the evil spirit tribe toward an even more glorious future. I am the daughter of the Divine Lord. Huan Mingyue's entire appearance changed in an instant. She held the scepter in her hand and pressed it on the ground, causing a berserk energy to spread out in all directions. It actually covered the entire palace and even spread out. The entire world seemed to have turned a few degrees colder, and it quickly dropped. With just her own strength, she was able to cause the world to change color, causing all of the evil spirit tribe to feel extremely shocked. Was this the power of the Empress? When Etionyan, who was below the stage, felt this impact, he felt that it was incomparably powerful. It didn't feel like the power of a middle heavenly god, but the power of an upper heavenly god. This was an effect that exploded out in an instant, and when it spread out, it wasn't as terrifying as before. It quickly started to weaken and wouldn't cause any harm to them. Just what kind of strange energy is this Empress's body? Etionyan rubbed his chin, guessing the source of this energy. The power in Huan Mingyue's body allowed her to possess even more power. However, this energy didn't seem to match her. Chapter 1652. The domineering and powerful coronation ceremony ended just like that. When the announcement was made, many of the evil spirit race outside were stunned. They never thought that a royal daughter would appear. For a time, many of the evil spirit race discussed animatedly, especially Huan Mingyue's appearance, which was the focus of their discussion. This appearance did not look like that of the evil spirit race at all. Only a small part of it looked like the evil spirit race, such as that aura. At least in terms of appearance, she did not look like the evil spirit race at all. This made them feel very strange. If that was the case, then how could she become their royal daughter? Here, I announce that Huan Mingyue has become the evil spirit divine country's royal daughter. The evil emperor did not explain too much, and instead announced this matter in front of the people. They did not need to know why they had made this choice. All they needed to know was that Huan Mingyue was their royal daughter. That was enough. Explaining this kind of thing to the elders was enough. As for the other citizens, they only needed to announce it. The group of evil spirit race looked at each other, but in the end, they still cheered. Even though they did not understand, they still supported the evil emperor's announcement. After the announcement, the banquet also came to an end. Etionyan was quickly arranged to rest on this floor. Only the highest level existences could live on this floor. See, evil spirit, this will be your residence from now on. Are you satisfied? The evil emperor came to the area where Eteonion lived. This area was simply a mansion. The decorations were extremely luxurious, and the area was even wider. Many beautiful evil spirit race. Maids could be lined up in 2 rows, standing at the side respectfully. Evil Emperor Uncle, I just came up. I'm not used to it. Eteonion pretended to not be used to it and looked even more restrained. This is what you deserve. If you're not used to it, you can live here from now on. You can use the resources here as you please and quickly raise your cultivation. The evil emperor laughed, but there is one thing I need to make clear to you first. You are now a descendant of Lord Evil Spirits. This is a bit of a deterrent, but you have to do something. I've looked into your situation, and it's basically a blank slate. There's not much to be found. The evil emperor stared at him and said, "That's why you must perform meritorious deeds. Only then will you be able to stand firm here. Only then will you be able to enjoy everything. Only then will you be able to stand above others. I have a mission on hand recently. If you complete it well, you will be able to secure this position and save Lord Evil Spirits at the same time." What mission? Eteonion's eyes were filled with eagerness. Actually, he already knew what the mission was. Find out the location of the Fecta Divine Realm and retrieve the Evil Spirit's orb at the same time. If you succeed, you will have made a great contribution. Evil Emperor said with smile. At that time, you will be able to stabilize your position and let everyone know your strength. No problem. Then I'll accept this mission. Eteonion knew that he would be given a quest related to the Evil Spirit's orb, but he had to admit that this quest was very difficult. The Evil Emperor knew the whereabouts of the other Evil Spirit's orbs, but he didn't send him there. Instead, he was sent to investigate the Fecta Divine Realm. That was even stranger. Of course, the Fecta Divine Realm isn't easy to find, but I have some news recently. You can take it and investigate it. This is all I can help you with. Evil Emperor patted him on the shoulder and handed him an astrolabe. Eteonion took the astrolabe and checked the location on it. His expression was filled with joy. Uncle Evil Emperor, I won't let you down. He cursed in his heart. How was this the location of the Fecta Divine Realm? It was completely unrelated. It looked like a random area. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Evil Emperor patted him on the shoulder with an expression of anticipation. After Evil Emperor walked out, his smile quickly disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. When he goes to that place to complete his mission, capture him and lock him up in that area. Understood. Understood. The 2 heavenly gods beside him nodded, indicating that they understood the mission. As the Evil Emperor's absolute slave, they had to do everything they could. The heretical god force, for it to suddenly appear, I fear it will pose a threat to my status. Seeing as that's the case, I'll take control of it and extract your bloodline bit by bit before seizing the power of the evil spirits. Evil Emperor wore a ferocious expression as a crimson light flashed through his eyes. In his eyes, Eteonion was here to deliver his bloodline. Even though he couldn't find anything, that didn't stop him from trying. After Evil Emperor left, Eteonion's smile also quickly disappeared, leaving behind an expressionless face. This Evil Emperor really is up to no good. Looks like I'll definitely be surrounded and attacked if I go there. Eteonion shook his head. Even though he had already guessed that this would happen, it was still very cruel of him to make a move so quickly. That's right. What will you do then? Will you go or not? Heavenly God Misfortune asked with a smile. Of course I'll go. I want to see what kind of powerful beings they'll send. Eteonion was quite expectant. if they were all lesser heavenly gods, then he would be able to kill them all and earn a massive sum of money. All right, I'll take care of them with you when the time comes. Heavenly God Misfortune swung his little fists through the air. I won't hold back against these guys. Just as they were discussing something, a beautiful figure drifted in from outside. It was Huan Mingyue. Her father had just left, and she had followed him in. She had even walked in openly. I'm here. Huan Mingyue's expression was indifferent. She really did come as she had promised. Tianyun and the others all faltered upon hearing this. They didn't think that Huan Mingyue would arrive so quickly. They had thought that she would only arrive after a while. One had to realize that the coronation ceremony had just concluded in the morning, so it was a bit too soon for her to arrive in the afternoon. Most importantly, they had thought that they would be able to set up some formations, but it was too late now. Do you think you'll be able to control her? Yes, I do, but it's going to be quite difficult. However, if we miss this opportunity, we probably won't be able to find a better one. That's true. Let's get ready. Tianyun and the others looked at one another and immediately prepared to attack. Now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and do it. Who knew when she would come again after leaving this time? Even if he invited her, she probably wouldn't come again. Your Highness, you're here. Tianyun made his way toward her with a smile. Please come in. This is not a good place to stay. Huan Mingyue nodded, not suspecting anything, and followed them in. Chapter 1653. After they entered, Huan Mingyue didn't put up any defenses, as if she had never thought that Tianyun would launch a sneak attack on her. As the princess, her status was high and mighty, and Tianyun's cultivation base was so much lower than hers, so there was naturally no way she would think that Tianyun would launch a sneak attack on her. In the instant that Huan Mingyue entered the room, Heavenly Misfortune God and Tianyun immediately rushed out of the ghoul puppet's body. Heavenly Misfortune God even tossed out a rope. This was no ordinary rope. This was a heavenly god spirit treasure that she had specially made. As the daughter of the Fecta region lord, she definitely had a lot of resources, so it wasn't surprising that she could materialize a heavenly god spirit treasure. However, her heavenly god spirit treasure was a rather special rope-type treasure that could be controlled. In an instant, he turned into countless ropes, wrapping the area in circles. He did not even try to negotiate with Huan Mingyue. In the blink of an eye, these ropes had bound her several times. Everything was going so smoothly. It could be said that Huan Mingyue was bound almost without any obstruction. Good, she's been bound. As long as she's caught by my god-binding rope, she won't be able to break free in a short period of time. Heavenly Misfortune God's eyes lit up. It was naturally a good thing that things were going so smoothly. When they continued to strengthen the seal, Huan Mingyue didn't struggle in the slightest. She still maintained her calm expression and allowed them to do as they pleased. They were all stunned to see that Huan Mingyue wasn't struggling. They had thought that she would struggle a little, but to their surprise, she didn't struggle at all and allowed them to seal her as they pleased. They were only stunned for a moment, but Heavenly Misfortune God didn't slow down in the slightest. She quickly put seals on the god-binding rope and threw out one jade stone after another, which she nailed onto the god-binding rope to strengthen the binding effect. Wait! Tianyun signaled for Heavenly Misfortune God to stop. The Heavenly Misfortune God immediately stopped and looked at him with a perplexed expression. What is it? She's not struggling. Tianyun frowned. He did not know why Huan Mingyue did not struggle. If she did not react in time, then she would not have said anything. But now, she did not struggle at all. It was very strange. She's not struggling. Heavenly God Doom had also discovered the problem. and he turned to look at Huan Mingyue to find that she was not panicking in the slightest. At that moment, Huan Mingyue slowly said, "You don't have to continue sealing me. I won't run away. I came here this time because I want to run away with you." What? The two of them looked at each other. This was very strange. The words that came out of his mouth made them very confused. He actually said that he wanted to escape with them. It would be normal for him to scold someone. Now, he said that he would escape with them. This was extremely strange and exceeded their expectations. "You're saying that you want to escape with us? Aren't you the princess here?" Tianyan arrived in front of Huan Mingyue and sized her up, wondering if she had gone crazy. "You really are not from the evil spirit race. Looks like what I saw in that instant was not an illusion," Huan Mingyue said indifferently. She was very calm, and it could be said that nothing could stir up any ripples in her heart. She always maintained this expression no matter what. "Looks like you still managed to read a trace of my memory in that instant." Tianyan had cut it off very quickly, but it was still a little too late. A trace of her memory had been read. However, it was not much, just a trace. For example, a certain image or a certain scene, such as the scene in the evil spirit puppet dimension. It was basically the most superficial memory, which was the memory that had just been obtained, and not very deep memories. For example, it was impossible to read things like the crazy mode system. Unless she kept staring at it, it was impossible to see it. I only saw an image for a moment, and I even wondered if I was seeing things. It looks like I wasn't. Huan Mingyue looked at the two of them and said, "Neither of you are from the evil spirit race. Even though you have the aura of the evil spirit race and have concealed it perfectly, I was still able to see through it." Heavenly God Misfortune did not refute this. In the face of these powerful beings, it was not difficult for them to be seen through with a single glance. "No matter what the situation is now, you can take me and escape as soon as possible. Of course, I can't escape too far, so it's best if you give me a stronger seal to completely stabilize me." Huan Mingyue's words became more and more bizarre, and no one knew what she was saying. "What do you mean?" Tianyan frowned. "Aren't you the princess? You want to escape." "Indeed, I am the princess, but I don't want to be the princess, and I don't want to be a member of the evil spirit race." "How disgusting." Huan Mingyue spat coldly. "If I could, I would really want to get rid of all of my bloodline. I don't want to leave any evil spirit race bloodline behind. I only want to keep my mother's bloodline." Her mother's bloodline was undoubtedly the bloodline of the Heaven Creator race. Who would have thought that she would say something like this? It was clear that she was extremely disgusted with the evil spirit race. As such, there was a huge contradiction. As a princess, how could she be so disgusted with the evil spirit race? You hate the evil spirit race so much? No matter what, the evil emperor is still your father. I don't have a father like that. How disgusting. He has insulted countless Heaven Creator race females, and my mother is one of them. If their bloodline is too thin or has no value, he will kill them. Huan Mingyue was disgusted. "Do you think someone like him is worthy of being my father? If it weren't for the fact that my bloodline is quite powerful and that I crawled out from a pile of corpses, I probably wouldn't be alive now. Then why aren't you escaping?" Tianyan immediately felt like he had asked a bunch of stupid questions. If she could escape, she would have done so a long time ago. Why would she use them to escape? "Escape? I can't escape. There are too many spies, and he forced me to sign an absolute slave contract. No matter where I escape, he will be able to sense me. As long as I am within his sensing range, he can order me. You think I can escape?" Huan Mingyue said coldly. They sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too ruthless. How was she a daughter? She was a slave. No wonder she had been expressionless. How could she be happy about these things? The most tragic thing was that her heart was dead. Under complete despair, there was no joy to speak of. Everything had nothing to do with her. Even death was a luxury. Chapter 1654. Get rid of this absolute slave contract. Absolute slave contracts were much more vicious than normal slave contracts, and the price one had to pay was also quite high. The price he was referring to was naturally not Huan Mingyue, but the evil emperor. For example, a lot of materials had to be paid, and it was already quite difficult to set up. As such, many powerful beings wouldn't establish an absolute slave contract like this. Compared to normal slave contracts, the biggest difference between the two was the ability to sense one's location. Not only could the absolute slave contract allow one to sense one's location from extremely far away, but it could also be said that it could sense one's general location no matter where one went. That way, one would be able to track one's location directly. Aside from that, there was absolute obedience. As long as one was within a certain range, one would be able to control one's actions with their divine sense. Normal slave contracts couldn't do this. As long as one was far away, one's senses would disappear, and it would be very difficult to find one's location. However, the mark would always be there, so one wouldn't be able to escape even if they encountered one day. Furthermore, normal slave contracts could only be ordered verbally, unlike absolute slave contracts, which could be controlled with one's divine sense. It could be said that this was quite a freak and possessed absolute control. Tianyun didn't know how large the range of control was, but one thing was for sure. It was extremely vast. At the very least, he would be able to control one's location from several divine realms away with just a single divine sense. It's going to be too difficult to escape. Heavenly God, Doom shook his head. As long as we leave his range, the evil emperor will be able to sense us immediately. It looks like we're in trouble this time. Heavenly God Doom was feeling quite troubled. It could be said that they had failed. As soon as she heard about this absolute slave contract, she knew that she wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as they left a certain area, the evil emperor would be able to sense them and chase after them. Who could escape from him? Furthermore, he could control her to escape at will within this area. There was no need to worry about that. All he had to do was seal Huan Mingyue. That way, as long as she couldn't struggle, she wouldn't be able to escape. However, the evil emperor was still the key. This was his territory, so it would be extremely difficult to escape. How do you know if you don't try? Huan Mingyue looked at him. Didn't you come here to capture me? This is your chance. Not only do I know a lot of information about the evil spirit tribe, but I also know a lot of secrets. You'll know everything if you take me away from here. But if we take you with us, we'll definitely die. Heavenly God Misfortune didn't think that he would encounter a situation like this. Who would have thought that Huan Mingyue would have an absolute slave vow? Her own daughter was actually made to swear an absolute slave oath. It seemed that this princess was not as glorious as she appeared on the surface. She was completely a slave puppet. Huan Mingyue stared at them. After a while, he shook his head and said, "All right then, if that's the case, you can leave. I'll pretend that you never appeared. As for what other plans you have, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be exposed soon." You want to expose me? Heavenly God Misfortune's brows furrowed. Didn't you say you didn't want to side with the evil spirit race? You want to expose me now? They could all tell that Huan Mingyue was telling the truth and not lying. Some emotions could not be faked just because one wanted to. Moreover, if he really wanted them to be caught, why did he have to go through so much trouble? He would have sent people to catch them long ago. It's not that I want to expose you. It's just that every once in a while, that be asterisk starred will come and search through my memories and all of my thoughts. I really want to erase my memories, but unfortunately, he's already given me an absolute order, so I can't do that, Huan Mingyue said in a calm voice. Freak. Heavenly God misfortune cursed. What else could this be other than a freak? Searching through Huan Mingyue's memories meant that the evil emperor knew all of her thoughts. This meant that she had no privacy at all. It was disgusting to the extreme. So, doesn't that mean he knows everything, including your desire to destroy the evil spirit race? Etienne's brows furrowed. That's right. He's always known about my thoughts, as well as my desire to destroy the evil spirit race. However, I've already sworn an absolute slave vow, and I won't be able to escape from him. So what's the point of all of this? Huan Mingyue's eyes were filled with resentment. If she could, she really wanted to slice the evil emperor into pieces. She then turned to Etienne and the others. So you should hurry up and run. As for your puppet, it's probably going to be crippled as well. You won't be able to sneak in here anymore. They couldn't save her, and her puppet was crippled as well. This was a huge loss. Etienne was silent for a moment before asking, "Are there any powerful beings from the heaven creation race imprisoned here?" Compared to that, he was more interested in the situation of the heaven creation race. Such a powerful race had already been captured. So if he could save them, it would be a completely different story. There are still some who are imprisoned here, but even I can't enter that area. As for you guys, your cultivation bases are still too low, so you'll probably be captured before you even reach the entrance. Huan Mingyue shook her head. You should say that only that be asterisk-starred can enter that area. Everyone else will be killed without exception. As such, it would be much more difficult to sneak in, and it could even be said that it was impossible to enter. Let's give up. Heavenly God Misfortune suggested. They could only give up now. As for killing Huan Mingyue, that was even more impossible. If they killed her, neither of them would be able to escape. Everyone had seen her walk in, so if she died here, how could they escape responsibility? Huan Mingyue's eyes were filled with disappointment. She had thought that there would be hope, but it looked like there was no hope at all. There was only despair in her life. If you escape, this absolute slave contract will still be tied to you. What's the difference between escaping and not escaping? Etienne spoke in a grave voice. No, as long as I have some time, I will be able to suppress this contract and slowly erase it. However, I need time, so if I can escape, I will find a place to escape myself. I won't implicate you guys. The prerequisite is that you can escape without him knowing, and I will tell you the corresponding secrets. Huan Mingyue said, "What if I can't? Are you not willing to tell us these secrets?" Etienne asked. "I will tell you guys, but you have to do something for me," Huan Mingyue said. Etienne narrowed his eyes at her. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face. "All right, I'll take you out." Chapter 1655. All right then. What is the mission I want you to do? You said you want to take me out. Do you have a way to hide from that beast's senses? Huan Mingyue had thought that Etienne would accept the mission. She had only come here to ask them to do something for her. As for escaping, she really didn't have any extravagant hopes. You have a way. The heavenly god Misfortune couldn't think of a way no matter how hard she thought about it. She then turned to the evil spirit puppet and pointed at it. Could it be this? This thing can hide from senses? No, that won't work. The absolute slave contract can't hide from senses. I'll be able to sense it immediately if I go out. Etienne shook his head. Then what is it? Huan Mingyue was confused. You'll know when the time comes. Etienne smiled. But for now, wait here for a while. We have something to do first. We'll take you away when we come back. What is it? if it's an internal matter of the evil spirit race. Even though I'm being controlled, I still have the right to speak. Huan Mingyue seemed to have seen some hope. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Yi Tianyan thought about it for a moment before smiling. That's a good idea. Taking the princess with us is a good choice. Following that, Yi Tianyan and the heavenly god Misfortune returned to the evil spirit puppet and left with Huan Mingyue. This thing of yours is really amazing. I don't know how you made it. I can't tell it's fake at all. But if we escape, then this thing of yours will be useless. In her eyes, this thing would be exposed when they escaped, so it would be useless. Perhaps I won't even need this thing to take us away. What if we just kill our way out? Yi Tianyan smiled. Huan Mingyue shook her head. This is the evil spirit race's headquarters, and there are evil spirit race beings all around. If you reveal even the slightest bit of your aura, they'll be able to sense it immediately. You will know when the time comes. Yi Tianyan did not explain too much and continued to bring Huan Mingyue away. Naturally, the god-binding chains on Huan Mingyue were undone. She regained her freedom of movement. She did not run, nor did she do anything reckless. Everything was just as she had said. She was indeed one of them. Even though she had the bloodline of the evil spirit race, she was more inclined to have the bloodline of the heaven-creating race. Where are we going now? The heavenly misfortune god didn't know where Yi Tianyan was going. She had thought that Yi Tianyan was going to escape with his people, but who would have thought that he would be so calm and collected? Have you forgotten? Heavenly God, Gokai, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. There were some things that couldn't be forgotten. The heavenly doom god faltered slightly before nodding. That's right, Gokai caught her. If she didn't have some ability, she would have been dead. How could he not take revenge? Meanwhile, on one of the lower levels of the pagoda, a bunch of idiots. I told you to search for so long, but you still couldn't find the heavenly doom god. Gokai was extremely furious at his subordinates. Sorry, master. We've already tried our best to search, but we couldn't find any aura. Trash. All of you are trash. Gokai waved a hand, and all of the heavenly venerates were sent flying with a single slap. All of them vomited blood as they fell to the ground. I told you to search for some aura, but you can't even find the heavenly doom god's aura. All of the heavenly venerates were cursing in their hearts. He was the one who let them go, and they couldn't even find them. So how could they be blamed for this? However, they could only swallow this bitterness and couldn't say it out loud. If they really said it out loud, they would definitely be slapped to death. We will continue to search. They hurriedly got up and continued to kneel before Gokai. Then hurry up and search. Gokai glowered at them. Yes, master. They quickly got up and left as if they had been granted amnesty. How could they dare to stay here any longer? If they stayed any longer, they would most likely be slapped again. After they left, Gokai sat on a chair with an extremely dark expression. If word of this gets out, I'll lose all face. That heavenly doom god is truly uncanny to be able to escape even in such a situation, as expected of the daughter of the Fecta region lord. He slapped the chair so hard that it shattered. And that little brat, he's actually a descendant of the evil spirits. He probably won't come after me anymore. He was only worried about these two things. One was the heavenly doom god situation, and the other was Yi Tianyan. Just as he was thinking about this, two figures walked in from outside. There were guards following behind them, and they yelled at the same time, Master, Her Highness and Master Yi Tianyan are here to see you. What? Before Gokai could react, Yi Tianyan and Huan Mingyue had already walked in. The guards couldn't even stop them. nor did they dare to, in terms of status. Tianyun and Huan Mingyue were both of a higher status than Gokai, so they didn't need to report to anyone before they could come in at will. This applied to all evil spirit tribe cultivators. As long as they had a higher cultivation base and a higher status than you, they could come in at will. Even if you were cultivating in your room or doing something else, no one could stop them if they wanted to come in. This was the evil spirit tribe's way of doing things. Her Highness, Master Tianyun, what business do you two have here? Gokai quickly sprang up from his chair and made his way over to Tianyun and the others in a few steps. He nodded and bowed respectfully, without any hint of displeasure. His heart was cold, especially when he saw Tianyun coming over. He knew that Tianyun was coming for him. Not only did he come to settle scores with him, but he even brought Huan Mingyue with him. This meant that things were not as simple as they seemed. All of you can leave now. Huan Mingyue waved his hand and gestured for the guards to leave. Yes, Her Highness. They immediately obeyed Huan Mingyue's order and left, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. After they left, Heavenly God Gokai still had a smile on his face, but he directly said, Lord Evil Spirit C, this lowly subject didn't know that you were a descendant of Lord Evil God. This lowly subject was blind. So I hope that Lord will forgive this lowly subject's mistake. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to question you about your mistakes. Tianyun said calmly, Thank you so much, Her Highness. You are so broad-minded that I can't even hope to catch up. Gokai nodded and bowed. In fact, even he felt disgusted, but he could only do this. Don't thank me just yet. I'm indeed not here to question you about your mistakes. I'm here to take your life. A cold light flashed in Tianyun's eyes. In the next instant, all of them sprang into action. Heavenly God Misfortune charged out and swung the God-binding rope again. Huan Mingyue also unleashed a few palm strikes in succession to seal Gokai's power. Chapter 1656. Gokai had never thought that such a situation would occur. Not only were there humans, but there was also the evil spirit clan, which looked very special. The most important thing was that Huan Mingyue had attacked together. That was the strangest part. The human clan and the evil spirit clan had never interacted with each other. Now, they had joined hands to deal with him. Moreover, what was going on with the evil spirit clan? Why was he just watching from the side? What's going on? Gokai was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, it was already too late. With so many seals, even Gokai couldn't easily break them. It would take him a long time to break them. The prerequisite for breaking them was that they didn't reinforce the seals. But was that possible? Thus, Gokai was already caught. He had no chance to escape. You don't need to know what's going on. Tianyun threw him into the evil spirit puppet space. At the same time, they quickly went in. After tidying up, Tianyun nodded at Huan Mingyue and followed them out. When the guards outside saw them come out so quickly, they couldn't help but be puzzled. Don't go in. Gokai is reflecting on his mistakes. Unless he is summoned, no one is allowed to go in and disturb him, Huan Mingyue said. Yes, Your Highness. They all knelt down and promised that they would definitely guard this place and not let anyone in. After warning them, they quickly left this place. After leaving this place for a while, Tianyun let Huan Mingyue enter the evil spirit puppet space. Then, he began to fly toward the exit. He couldn't use the teleportation divine stone here. The surroundings were filled with pitch-black energy, so he couldn't easily pass through this place to leave. Thus, he could only find the exit. After leaving, he could use the teleportation divine stone. He was confident that he could escape with Huan Mingyue mainly because of the teleportation divine stone. His speed definitely couldn't surpass the evil emperor, He could easily catch up with them. If he used the teleportation divine stone, it would be different. He could disappear on the spot and go wherever he wanted. Even if the evil emperor sensed Huan Mingyue's location, he would need to spend time to fly over. Moreover, he wasn't escaping to that place. He was escaping to the three realms divine domain. With the absolute defense barrier, he could protect Huan Mingyue for 1,000 years. The only problem was whether or not it could isolate the heretic god's divine, since that was another matter. If the evil spirits were controlling Huan Mingyue from the outside, it wouldn't be a good thing. Even if we enter this space, we will still be sensed. As long as we move a little further away, he will be able to sense us immediately. Huan Mingyue reminded him. It seems that you have been captured many times, right? Yi Tianyan looked at her and said, Yes, I've done it many times. As soon as I leave this area, I'll immediately sense it. The furthest I managed to escape was this area, but I didn't run very far before I was immediately found. Huan Mingyue looked at them and said, So, if you want to run, you still have time to change your mind. Once you leave a certain range, you will be detected immediately. Huan Mingyue said, trying to persuade. Evil Tian was, I, Emperor, don't worry. What you need to think about now is how to get rid of the absolute slave contract. Yi Tianyan smiled lightly and said, You can rest assured about this. What you need to consider now is how to break this absolute slave contract. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be broken. It all depended on the price one had to pay. Some were very difficult to break. After all, the contract was like a god seal. As long as one knew how to break it, they could break it bit by bit. Enough time. Yi Tianyan squinted. If you want to break it by yourself, it will be difficult. You will have to hide. Enough time. Yi Tianyan squinted. If you want to break it by yourself, it won't be easy. You will have to hide. I think that even if I take you out, your chances of escaping are very slim. No matter how slim, how will you know if you don't try? Huan Mingyue looked at him and said, At least if you try, there is hope, right? Especially if we can get out of his control, we might have some hope. Even so, she knew it would be too difficult. Evil Emperor was so strong. If she stayed in one place for a while, he would find her immediately. This was like a game of cat and mouse. It all depended on whether the mouse could run fast. If I help you and help you stabilize and not worry about Evil Emperor's pursuit, you will join my force. How about that? Yi Tianyan had said so much, but that was what he wanted to say. Join your force? Huan Mingyue stilled. She hadn't expected Yi Tianyan to make such an invitation. Your force? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed? Or, can you accept my bloodline? My force isn't so easily destroyed. As for your bloodline, as long as you agree, no one will dare to touch you. Yi Tianyan's tone was powerful. She felt convinced. Since you don't mind, I have nothing else to say. As long as you are willing, I will join your force. A faint smile appeared on Huan Mingyue's face, and it was as if all the snow and ice had melted away. Not only did she have the bloodline of darkness, but she was also being hunted down by the evil emperor. If someone was willing to take her in, how could she refuse? As long as she had the courage to do so, she was willing to join. Heavenly God Misfortune was completely dumbstruck. She felt like Yi Tianyan was far too gutsy. If the evil emperor were to attack them, they would definitely be destroyed. What force would be able to withstand such a powerful evil spirit tribe? In particular, their princess had been taken away, so they would definitely be as mad as they could be. Are you insane? You have to be responsible for your own force. Heavenly God Misfortune transmitted her voice. Don't worry, they won't be able to destroy my force. A confident smile appeared on Yi Tianyan's face. Is your force very powerful? Could it be that it's a fifth grade god realm, and one of the more powerful ones at that? Heavenly God Misfortune's brows furrowed. Even so, their princess has been captured, and she's the key to opening the barrier. I don't think they'll give up just like that. They'll definitely wage a battle to the death. No, my force is not a fifth grade god realm. It's a fourth grade god realm, and it's one of the weaker ones. Eteonian transmitted his voice back with a smile. You still dare to take her in? You're basically harming yourself and your subordinates. Heavenly God Misfortune was a little enraged. She was naturally very displeased with how irresponsible he was, and her impression of Eteonian had been completely refreshed. She had thought that Eteonian was very responsible and knew how to shoulder heavy responsibilities, but who would have thought that he would be a hero? No, I've already made preparations. Have you heard of the three realms god realm? Eteonian smiled. Teach the three realms god realm? The one that can't be broken into? Heavenly God Misfortune was dumbstruck. She finally understood why Eteonian was so confident. She had tried to break the barrier before, but it had still ended in failure. In her eyes, without the power of an invincible divine emperor, there was no way to break through the barrier. Who would have thought that Eteonian's force was the three realms god realm? She was instantly rendered speechless, and she had no intention of dissuading him. Chapter 1657. Heavenly God Misfortune rolled his eyes with a resigned expression. That's indeed true. Your divine domain has been blessed by the heavens ever since you ascended, and it possesses an extremely difficult barrier to break. Our Fecta divine realm has secretly researched this barrier a long time ago, and it is a power that belongs to the heavenly Tao. In the face of this power, it will be very difficult to break through unless you become a Goddarch or are infinitely close to becoming a Goddarch. Heavenly God Misfortune gave this barrier a very high evaluation, but how could it not be? Such a terrifying barrier had been specially given to him by the system, and it could protect his force for over 1,000 years. The problem is, how long can this barrier last? You know, Heavenly God Misfortune asked, if it's about to disappear, it won't be a good thing. You'll immediately be in trouble. I'm not sure about that, but it's probably more than 100 years. At the very least, there's no sign of it disappearing yet. Eteonian replied. 100 years is too short, but at least there's some time. Heavenly God Misfortune nodded. If that was the case, then Huan Mingyue would undoubtedly be the safest place to hide. However, 100 years was undoubtedly a very short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for the evil emperor to wait for another 100 years to come and destroy them. After some discussion, they soon arrived at the exit. He really only had two choices now. He could either give up, or he could escape with his people. Eteonian didn't even think about it. He would escape with Huan Mingyue. Even though the evil spirit puppet would be destroyed, it was still a good thing to be able to save Huan Mingyue. At the very least, the barrier wouldn't continue to be opened, and more powerful evil spirit tribe beings wouldn't be able to infiltrate this place. Hurry up and tie me up in case I'm controlled. Huan Mingyue signaled for them to tie her up and not move. All right. Heavenly God Misfortune immediately tossed out God-binding chains to tie Huan Mingyue up. However, this was not a heavenly God spirit treasure, but a heavenly venerate level treasure. After tying her up, all types of seals were placed on her, making her extremely secure. They all knew what Huan Mingyue meant. After being ordered to return, she would definitely rush out immediately. As such, they had to seal her up to prevent any problems from arising. Meanwhile, the situation outside. Lord Evil Spirit C. When Eteonian came over, the guards shouted respectfully. News of Eteonion's identity had already spread. Basically, everyone knew who he was, so they wouldn't stop him. Etienne nodded. Without saying anything else, he flew towards the exit. He could come and go as he pleased. After all, he was the descendant of the evil spirits. According to his status, he was at least at the level of an elder. Naturally, he could come and go as he pleased. When he went out, the guard immediately followed his orders and reported Etienne's movements. Meanwhile, the evil emperor who was in the tower raised an eyebrow, and he frowned as he said, "That girl wants to slip out again. Looks like if I don't teach her a good lesson, she won't know what it means to be obedient." Immediately after, he released his divine thought and controlled the nether illusion moon to come back. As soon as it was released, Huan Mingyue, who was tied up, immediately wriggled. He wanted to break free, but he was tightly bound by the god-binding rope. He could not break free at all. Boom! At this moment, the most powerful energy erupted from Huan Mingyue's body. His heavenly god-level power was released in an attempt to break free from the god-binding rope. The extremely evil power of the evil spirit tribe continued to be released from her body, and it eroded the god-binding rope. In the blink of an eye, a small portion of the god-binding rope and the seal had been eroded. This speed was astonishing to them. So powerful! They all cried out in surprise. It had to be said that the power of inheriting the Heaven Creator clan's power and the evil emperor's power was rather terrifying when combined. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the seal would be broken. I have to escape the range of his divine thought as soon as possible. Otherwise, this seal will definitely be broken. Heavenly God Misfortune's expression was grave. She didn't expect Huan Mingyue to be so powerful. Huan Mingyue was completely out of control now. Her eyes had lost focus, and she was frantically trying to break free. The order she received was to hurry back. Since she was trapped, she naturally had to use all her power to break free. Thankfully, Heavenly God Misfortune was quite powerful, and she was able to temporarily suppress Huan Mingyue with the mystic techniques of the Fecta sacred realm. If it were any other normal seal, it would have been broken a long time ago. Ha ha ha, you're all dead. The evil emperor will catch up very soon. Gokai guffawed. He could already see the evil emperor catching up. The princess had been captured, so the evil emperor would definitely catch up. Shut up! Yi Tianyun slapped him viciously, and Gokai was sent flying with a loud slap. He tumbled a few times and threw up a mouthful of blood. Who knew how many of his teeth had been knocked out? He was in a bad situation after being sealed, and he could be easily injured. Cough, cough, cough. You're all dead. Gokai was still laughing, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Just imagining the scene of Yi Tianyun and the others being tortured to death by the evil emperor gave him boundless pleasure. Yi Tianyun ignored him and passed through the passageway at an even faster speed. It would take some time before he could escape. As long as he could leave this passageway, he could use the teleportation divine stone. He had to be fast. The evil emperor sensed that Huan Mingyue was getting further and further away, and he was very confused. Strange. Why is she getting further and further away? Is she being controlled? She's still in the passageway. Who would take her away? Reporting to the evil emperor, Lord Si Wailing has left. A guard came in and reported, Si Wailing left. The evil emperor frowned. Did he take Huan Mingyue away? Damn it, what is this guy thinking? The evil emperor quickly disappeared and rushed toward the passageway at an extremely fast speed. He arrived at the passageway in almost a short while. This was his territory, and he could arrive at the passageway in the blink of an eye. He had set up a teleportation formation in this area, so he could go anywhere he wanted to go quickly. He could see Yi Tianyun from afar, and he quickly ran out of the passageway. Stop! The evil emperor angrily roared and chased with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them. Such terrifying speed far surpassed that of Eteonyun. The evil spirit puppet's cultivation wasn't very high, so no matter how fast it was much slower than a heavenly god. He caught up so quickly. Eteonyun turned his head to look. No wonder Huan Mingyue couldn't escape so many times. Chapter 1658. It's over, he's going to catch up. The heavenly misfortune god's expression darkened. She knew that the battle was about to end as the evil emperor closed in on her. So what if he could escape from this passageway? Could he escape from the outside? She already knew that she couldn't escape, but since Eteonyun insisted on trying, she could only accompany him in his madness. In her heart, there was still a bit of hope. From the looks of it now, he couldn't rely on luck. It wouldn't be long before they were done with this. Ha ha ha. You're dead. You're dead. Gokai could also see Evil Emperor catching up to them through the screen. In his opinion, Eteonyun was definitely going to die. Eteonyun did not waver. He continued to control the evil spirit puppet to charge forward. There was still a short distance to go before they could get out. As long as he could get out of here, the outside world would be his. What are you doing? Where do you think you're going with the princess? Evil Emperor, who was behind him, was furious. There was no need to talk about Eteonyun. But how could he escape with Huan Mingyue? That was the key. Eteonyun didn't reply. Instead, he stepped out of the exit and rushed out of the narrow tunnel. The moment he rushed out, he held the teleportation god's stone tightly in his hand and quickly used it. In less than a breath's time, his figure flashed and completely disappeared on the spot. The moment he disappeared, Evil Emperor pounced at him at the same time, but he missed. He didn't reach Eteonyun at all. What's going on? Evil Emperor was stunned. He turned his head to look around, but found that Eteonyun was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? How did he do it? He couldn't sense anything at all. That was the most unbelievable thing to him. Then he quickly sensed the fantasy Nethermoon. Maybe he couldn't sense where Eteonyun was, but he could sense the fantasy Nethermoon's location. What's going on? He's actually so far away. Evil Emperor could only vaguely sense the general situation, and the more indistinct his senses were, the further away he was. It could be said that this distance was quite far. It could almost be said to be the furthest kind. With so many divine domains separating them, how could it not be far? From grade 5 God realm to grade 4 God realm. Who knew how many God realms one had to cross? Damn it, no matter where you run, it's useless. Evil Emperor quickly turned around and began to gather experts to chase after him. Although he could sense it, he still needed his subordinates to help him search for it, especially since the area he was heading to was the territory of another race. If he didn't gather some subordinates, it wouldn't be easy to deal with these small fries. When the evil emperor returned to gather his subordinates, Eteonyun had already led them back to the Three Realms God realm. When he returned, Fantasy Moon's struggle had disappeared. Since the distance was quite far, the command naturally disappeared. After Huan Mingyue stopped releasing energy, he sat on the ground, drenched in sweat. What's going on? The heavenly doom god was dumbstruck. Gokai was also dumbstruck. In an instant, everything changed. They seemed to have arrived at a strange area. After that, Eteonyun led them out, and the heavenly doom god was astonished by what he saw. This is your force. The Three Realms God realm? The heavenly doom god immediately thought of the Three Realms God realm. The Three Realms God realm cultivators generally had low cultivation bases, mainly because there was a barrier outside. Her cultivation base was not low, so she was able to tell what was going on here. That's right, this is my force, Tianyan replied with a smile. This is unbelievable. We came back just like that. That's a grade 5 god realm. Who knows how many god realms they've crossed? And we just came back like that. The Heavenly Doom god was dumbstruck. She had never seen such a bizarre thing in her life. If they had used some sort of large-scale teleportation spell formation, then there would be no need to elaborate further. However, she had come back in the blink of an eye, without seeing any formation. That was simply too incredible. Don't worry about that, Tianyan said with a smile. I told you that if I could let you escape, I would let you escape for real. We're basically safe now, so you can take this guy back to the Fecta Divine Realm. Remember to tell your big sister not to forget your promise. Big sister's promise? The Heavenly Doom God was a little confused, but she didn't ask any questions. She would find out when she got back. Gokai was also dumbstruck. Where was the evil emperor who had been chasing after them with all his might? He had completely disappeared. Idiot, go back and enjoy yourself. When the time comes, those two sisters will definitely make you happy. Tianyan flew over and patted his face. Gokai stared blankly at him, then at the Heavenly Doom God. He knew that he was screwed. Then I'll be going back now. As for her, you'll have to keep an eye on her. The Heavenly Doom God thought about it for a moment before saying, I'll go back and explain the situation. After that, we'll come back to find you. She thought about it for a moment, but she was still a little worried. After all, Yi Tianyan's cultivation base was so much lower than Huan Mingyue's, so if the evil emperor were to catch up to them, it would be quite a big problem. All right, just come in when you come back, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. The Heavenly Misfortune God nodded before dragging Heavenly God Gokai toward the exit. She had to hurry back and report this. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the Heavenly Doom God suddenly decided to attack the evil spirit tribe. After the Heavenly Doom God left with Gokai, Huan Mingyue was still in a daze. She looked around at her surroundings blankly, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Did I really escape? Even after Huan Mingyue arrived, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. She really didn't dare to believe that she had escaped from that demonic claw. Even though it was only temporary, at the very least, she wouldn't be controlled, and she wouldn't have to keep looking at that face. That's right, you've escaped. Tianyan made his way over to her with a serious expression. However, this is only the beginning. I'll take you to a place right away and set up a spell formation. After that, you have to break the real contract. After all, the evil emperor can still sense what's going on here, so you have to hurry. Everything was a race against time, and it was only a matter of time before the evil emperor attacked. The protective barrier outside was fine, but the evil emperor's divine sense would most likely be able to penetrate it. Even though it was quite difficult to penetrate, it was better to be prepared than to be unable to control it when it actually erupted. The tears in Huan Mingyue's eyes quickly evaporated, and she stood up and nodded. No problem, just give me enough time. I'll need at least around 100 years before I can break this seal. Are you relying on the power within your body to break this contract? Tianyan asked. You can sense a special power within my body? Huan Mingyue was surprised. That's right. I can sense it a little, but it's incompatible with the power of the evil spirit tribe. Tianyan replied. Huan Mingyue was silent for a moment before replying, That's the power that my mother left in my body, as well as her memories. I see. Tianyan didn't ask any more questions and immediately led her down to the core secret chamber. In his eyes, the evil emperor was going to arrive soon, so he had to make preparations. Chapter 1659. When Tianyan brought the Heavenly Misfortune God to the secret room below, He quickly set up all kinds of concealment formations to block the divine sense. He set up as many layers as he could. Juan Minuet did not idle around either. She also set up the formations. She had the bloodline of the Heaven Creator race, and she also had the corresponding memories, so it was even easier for her to set up the formations. After they were done, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. If it can still be controlled like this, then there's really nothing we can do. Itianyan looked at the dense divine seals around him. At least, it was difficult for his spiritual sense to penetrate through. There were too many formations here, and there was already a concealment effect, so it was even more difficult to penetrate. It's about time. Juan Minuet looked at him and said, "These are the memories I mentioned before. You can look through them at will. I'll show you everything I know and what I've done." Juan Minuet had a ball of light in her hand that allowed Itianyan to look through its contents at will. Juan Minuet had said before that she would give him the corresponding information. Itianyan did not stand on ceremony at all. He took it and began to look through the contents of the memories. Soon, he understood that the contents of the memories were all relatively important information. For example, the overall strength of the evil spirit race and some secrets. However, what he was really concerned about was the barrier. The barrier was controlled by Juan Minuet. Under her control, some evil spirit race beings could just barely pass through. She was not a pure heaven creator, so it was not easy to control it. As for the true heaven creators, they did not have a powerful bloodline, so they could not control it. Furthermore, they would rather die than submit. It was absolutely impossible for them to open the barrier. Thus, they were all locked up in an area. Only the evil emperor could enter that area. Even Juan Minuet could not enter. It was very strict. Apart from that, the other memories were rather fragmented, but there was still a lot of important information. It was just that some detailed information seemed to be a little lacking. Juan Minuet was basically locked up as a slave and could not move around at will. At most, she could only walk around inside the headquarters, so there was less detailed information. She could not directly participate in the management of most things, so she did not know the details. Therefore, the detailed information obtained was still rather limited. Focus on breaking the contract here. Leave the rest to me. Itianyan stopped and said to her after a brief inspection, "And I'll leave everything to you. If I lose control, don't hold back. You have to suppress me. I don't want to go back to that damned place. Please." Juan Minuet's tone was extremely sincere. She really didn't want to go back. "I will, not only for you, but also for myself." Itianyan nodded his head. After asking her to stay, he turned around and left. It looked like he was protecting her, but it was actually protecting the world. If this world was destroyed, his divine realm of the three realms would also be destroyed. Rather than relying on others to save him, it was better to control everything himself. When he returned to the top floor, he immediately began to make arrangements. He even told Shi Xueyun about the situation here. They must have found out about these things. After knowing about it, they all had grave expressions. They did not expect such a situation to occur. However, they did not think that Itianyan was too irresponsible. They only knew that what Itianyan did was definitely not wrong. Leave the following matters to me. You don't need to pay attention to any changes outside. When I need you, I will let you know in advance, Itianyan said. All right, if there's anything else, let us know. They nodded their heads heavily, not afraid at all. Itianyan was naturally very at ease with them. However, he now planned to kill the foreign enemies with his own strength. If he did not test the power of the three realms, He would be the ruler of this place for nothing. He did not have to wait for too long. Groups of black figures rushed out from the void. With the evil emperor in the lead, they quickly landed outside the Three Realms divine realm. Behind him was a group of evil spirit race experts. There were more than a dozen heavenly gods, not to mention heavenly venerables. He actually hid in this force. What is his relationship with this force? The evil emperor frowned. He could not understand why the two races, which were incompatible like fire and water, would be together. Until now, he did not suspect that the evil spirit puppets were not from his race. Such a realistic aura, no matter how he examined it, there was no flaw at all. There was also the aura of the evil spirits. This made him very puzzled. Why would they join forces with cultivators? He could not understand it, no matter how hard he tried. However, he did not think too much about it. He pointed and said coldly, "Kill them and flatten this force. At the same time, capture the evil spirit and the empress. Do not hurt them." Understood, evil emperor. The heavenly gods immediately rushed over. As they approached, they immediately saw a layer of shield in front of them. However, they did not care and crashed into it without hesitation. In their opinion, it was like tofu to them. It would be broken with a single hit. Boom. Accompanied by a violent impact, they, who were attached to the protective shield, were all sent flying back. They were shaken by their own strength to the point that they almost vomited blood, and their eyes were seeing stars. What's going on? After they recovered, they found that the shield in front of them had not been broken at all. Instead, they almost suffered internal injuries from the impact. This is too strange. Could it be the work of some master? After a moment of surprise, one of the evil spirits began to attack fiercely. No matter who did it, their mission now was to break the shield and flatten the force in front of them. It was that simple. Boom, boom, boom. Several heavenly gods attacked fiercely. Some wanted to vent their anger. They were heavenly gods, but they crashed into the wall, looking very wretched. How could they accept this kind of humiliation? Thus, they all attacked fiercely. After a series of attacks, they found that the shield was not damaged at all. On the contrary, some of their attacks were reflected back, so they all dodged. Some were even repelled by the attacks of others and were sent flying, vomiting blood. What? They were all dumbfounded. There were several heavenly gods, but they could not break the shield at all. Strange. It was simply too strange. Although they controlled the information here, they did not know much about some things, especially the higher-ups. These things were left to the lower-ups to deal with, so they did not know much. Chapter 1660. Eteonyon had already seen other heavenly venerates destroy his barrier, but he had never seen so many heavenly gods destroy his barrier. Under their ferocious attacks, every one of their attacks seemed to be smashing into the hearts of everyone in the god realm of the Three Realms. If they really broke through, they would truly be in despair. Even the sight of so many heavenly gods was terrifying. After all, there was basically not a single heavenly god in the god realm of the Three Realms. The strongest was only a high-level heavenly venerate. This barrier should be able to hold on. Heavenly Misfortune had already returned. After she returned and reported everything, the Fecta domain ruler and the others were ecstatic. They thought that Heavenly Misfortune was dead, but to their surprise, he was still alive and had been saved by Eteonyon. Even Gokai had been captured. After reporting, Heavenly Misfortune sorted out some things and immediately rushed over with heavenly luck. Heavenly God Luck was a man of her word, and she immediately chose to join the divine realm of the Three Realms as an elder. Not only Heavenly God Luck, but Heavenly God Misfortune also joined as an elder. Not only did they want to repay Eteonyon for saving their lives, but they also wanted to study the situation of the Three Realms divine realm. Not only did the two sisters join, but they also brought a large pile of treasures as a thank you gift. It could be said that they had poured in all sorts of resources. They had brought all sorts of treasures from the Fecta domain, which could be said to have improved greatly. They had also established a divine secret battalion in the god realm of the three realms. They specialized in the cultivation of machinery and the like, just like the Fecta domain. Although they could not teach everything, they could still impart some of it. Eteonion was very satisfied with this. If this continued, the god realm of the three realms would definitely become stronger rapidly. However, before it had even become stronger, the evil spirit race had already charged over and was constantly smashing the barrier. This made the two sisters' hearts palpitate. They were worried that the barrier would suddenly break. I think there will be no problem. Right now, the main thing is the situation on Juan Minuet's side. As long as Juan Minuet is not affected, everything will be fine. Eteonion narrowed his eyes as he looked at the gods outside and said, "But with such a big formation, would some old farts come out?" "They definitely won't come out. All of those old farts have gone into hiding, and they definitely won't appear unless it's a critical moment." Heavenly Luck shook her head. For example, they might only appear during another battle between the divine emperors. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any commotion, even if some forces were destroyed. After all, if we come out, we'll really have to fight against them, and we might even have to face Evil Emperor and the others' counterattack. Thus, they will only appear at the most crucial moment. At the very least, they won't appear when your faction is destroyed. Heavenly God Luck's words were very reasonable, and Eteonion also believed that those old farts wouldn't come out. If those old farts came out, it would really be lively. Soon, all of the heavenly spirit gods were knocked flying by the ferocious attacks. Not only were they unable to damage the barrier in the slightest, but they had also sustained internal injuries. How is this possible? So many heavenly spirit gods are attacking, but there's not even a scratch. The evil emperor's expression was extremely dark. There were at least 7 or 8 heavenly gods attacking the barrier, but there wasn't even a scratch. The evil emperor was in complete disbelief at this terrifying defensive prowess. Even a 9th grade divine seal master wouldn't be able to carve something this powerful, right? It had withstood so many powerful attacks, but there wasn't even a scratch. The evil emperor then arrived in front of the barrier before unleashing a ferocious punch with 80 to 90% of his power. Boom! A terrifying force blasted against the protective shield, and the force quickly rebounded, sending him flying. The power that had been unleashed quickly surged into his body, but before it could injure him, his body shuddered violently, and he remained completely unscathed. Not only is its defensive prowess extremely high, but it can also reflect more than 50% of the power. This is truly inconceivable. The evil emperor was shocked. He had been here for so long, but he had never seen a barrier of this type. He then turned to his subordinates and said coldly, "Which force is this? Have you received any information about this before?" "Yes, we have." One of the heavenly spirit gods flew over and gave a simple explanation of this force. "So that's how it is. They even ruined our plans." The evil emperor's expression was gloomy. He had never cared about these low-level matters, but he had never thought that he would still run into them. "Lord Evil Emperor, why don't we try using the joint formation?" One of the heavenly spirit gods suggested. "All right, let's give it a try." The evil emperor looked at the barrier and said coldly, "I don't believe that this is really a protection given by the heavens. Even if it's a protection given by the heavens, we will still destroy it." Following that, all the heavenly spirit gods joined forces and formed the evil spirit divine formation. After gathering a terrifying power, they bombarded the barrier in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of attacks, the entire barrier tremored violently. However, in the next instant, bursts of power quickly bounced back and scattered their formation. Even a powerful being at the pinnacle of the upper heavenly God stage would not be able to withstand such violent power. However, this barrier was able to withstand it, and it wasn't even cracked in the slightest. Again, the evil emperor waved a hand to signal for them to try again. I'll give it another try as the main force this time. This time, he was the main force, so he was the main force. After being the main force, they became even more cohesive. All of the heavenly spirit god's power quickly surged toward the evil emperor, following which the evil emperor clapped his hands together and launched an attack. Break through! Boom! An extremely thick pillar of black light seemed to be able to engulf this entire divine realm. The space around it was quickly engulfed, and it became even darker, as if anyone who approached it would be engulfed by this boundless darkness. In the end, the pillar of black light crashed into the barrier, and the hearts of the heavenly god Misfortune and the others rose to their throats as they trembled uncontrollably. It's not going to break, is it? All of them were feeling extremely fearful. In contrast, Tianyun remained completely calm. This was a barrier given to him by the system, and it was absolute. No one could break through it. Unless he broke through it himself, there was no way it could be broken. Boom. The terrifying power caused the barrier to cave in slightly before being repelled again. The more powerful the attack, the more ferocious the rebound would be. Chapter 16, 61. The attacks of the evil emperor were all reflected back. Not all of them, but at least half of them were reflected back. This made them panic. They knew how powerful their attacks were. If they were reflected back, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Steady. Block this attack. The evil emperor roared. He told the other Empyrean gods to stabilize their formation. Then, with their fastest speed, they launched another joint attack. Boom! The terrifying black light beam shot out, shattering the reflected black light beam. It turned into countless black dots and dissipated. However, the power of their attacks was clearly stronger. They pierced through the reflected attack and continued to attack the barrier. Dong! The black light beam hit the barrier, but the result was the same. It was still rebounded and continued to attack them. The evil emperor's face sank. He gathered his power again, but this time he didn't release a very powerful attack. Instead, he released an attack that just happened to cancel out the incoming power. After the two collided, they vanished into thin air. After a few fierce attacks, with the support of the evil emperor, even a peak Empyrean god couldn't withstand it. However, after a few attacks, the barrier was completely fine. Forget about being destroyed. There wasn't even a crack. The terrifying defensive power made them all dumbfounded. They had heard that it was a barrier given by the heavens. Now, it seemed like it was true. Although they were strong, no matter how strong they couldn't be stronger than the power of the entire world gathered here. Unless they surpassed everything and reached a higher level, which was the level of god emperors. However, they were still Empyrean gods. To the heavens, they were still mortals. Under such circumstances, they couldn't break the barrier no matter what. Of course, if they continued to attack, they might still have a chance to break it. However, they didn't know how long it would take. This defense is too terrifying. It seems like it really is a gift from the heavens, allowing this faction to obtain such a powerful defense to protect its existence. I've never seen this before. It seems like this god realm is very special. Lord Evil Emperor, what should we do now? We can't break in. They looked at the evil emperor and listened to his orders. If the evil emperor wanted them to continue attacking, they could only do so. If this continues, It will cause too much trouble. I can only choose another method. The evil emperor quickly flew to the side of the barrier and released his divine sense into it to control Huan Mingyue and have her quickly return. Perhaps they couldn't enter, but that didn't mean Huan Mingyue couldn't come out. After the vile emperor released his divine sense, it quickly seeped through. However, by the time he passed through the barrier, most of his divine sense had disappeared. It was incredibly difficult for him to pass through. This was a very difficult process, and the evil emperor's expression changed. This barrier can even block divine will for so long. Let's hope it's not too far away. The evil emperor quickly penetrated inside, and the situation of the surrounding planets entered his eyes. However, this was meaningless. These planets were all very ordinary, and there was no key point. He just took a casual look and continued to penetrate forward. Right now, he just wanted the nether illusion moon. The rest had nothing to do with him. However, it didn't take long before he couldn't penetrate any further and could only withdraw. Damn it, I'm completely blocked outside. The evil emperor was so angry that he punched the barrier. He had used up so much mind power, but he couldn't even find anyone. He couldn't even see what they looked like, and he was completely blocked outside. Tianyan was clearly too vigilant. This barrier didn't just have shocking defense. It also had shocking divine sense blocking abilities. Even though the evil emperor could go through, the consumption was shocking. Not only did he enter very little, but the consumption was even more shocking. In just a short while, he had already used up most of his mind power. From this, one could see how powerful this barrier was. Lord Evil Emperor, what should we do now? They looked at each other. An army had been mobilized, but the result was so tragic. There were so many experts, but they couldn't even trample over a faction. Thinking about it, it was really laughable. Start looking for a weakness here. Keep looking until you find it, or trap them here. I don't believe that they won't come out for the rest of their lives. The evil emperor was about to explode from anger. Huan Mingyue was such an important existence, and it had been snatched away just like that. How could he be willing to leave? Even if they all left later, they would leave behind a group of experts to guard here to the death. They would see when the barrier disappeared, or if they saw anyone coming out, they would capture them all. If he didn't do this, he really had no way to vent the anger in his heart. Huan Mingyue had escaped, and Si Shiling, who had the power of evil spirits, hadn't been captured. This made him feel incomparably angry. His original beautiful idea was shattered just like that. Just as he was thinking about how to set up a trap, a terrifying beam of light suddenly blasted out from inside, carrying with it a 5-colored light, engulfing everything. Boom! The evil emperor dodged at an extremely fast speed, but there were some Empyreans and Empyreans behind him who didn't dodge. They didn't even have time to react before they were hit by this cannon. They didn't even have time to scream before a group of experts turned into dust in the void. What kind of attack is this? They were all dumbfounded. Their companions were blasted into pieces in the blink of an eye. This ultimate attack was comparable to the strongest power of a lower Empyrean god. Ordinary Empyrean gods would be easily killed if they were hit. Nice. Within the 3 realms, Tianyan unleashed a mortal realm cannon, which was an attack from the 5 elemental core. There was a very long cooldown time, but it was quickly cooled down before he unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks. However, after unleashing this attack, it would enter a dormant state and would need to replenish its energy before it could unleash another attack. What a pity! There are many powerful beings on the other side, but this isn't the end. You've all come here as guests, so I have to treat you well. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he quickly condensed a light elemental core. The seventh grade core began to glow with dazzling light as it accumulated power in a frenzy. After accumulating power for a while, the entire Three Realms planet began to light up as if it had transformed into a dazzling sun. Heavenly God Misfortune and the others were all dumbstruck. They didn't think that this planet would be able to unleash such terrifying power. They were all standing beside Etianyun, including Shueyun. Shueyun had known about this place a long time ago, as Etianyun had brought her here before. Etianyun sat on the throne and controlled all of the mechanisms here. Chapter 1662. The sudden attack caused many evil spirit races to be frightened. The power was not very strong, but it was mainly because it was too sudden, causing them to be unable to react in time. Normally, their spiritual senses would cover a large area, so they would immediately know if there was an attack. It was different now. With the protection of the barrier, they didn't even have time to react. As a result, even a middle-level heavenly god was killed by the attack of a lower-level heavenly god. If they were caught off guard, they would still be blasted to death. Normally, this attack wouldn't cause too much damage to them, especially since they didn't even use the awakening crystal. Before they could unleash most of their power, they had already become true cannon fodder. Damn it, this attack is too sudden. I didn't expect there to be such an attack inside. The evil emperor's expression became even more unsightly. In the blink of an eye, a wave of people had died on his side, and they were completely in a passive state. Not only were they unable to attack but they were also unable to attack right now. This was simply a humiliation. Lord Evil Emperor, I wonder how many more attacks there are. Should we retreat? One of the evil spirit, heavenly god, suggested. They were unable to sense the direction of the attack. If they stayed here, they would become living targets. Unless they moved a little further away and hid in a corner, they might be able to avoid this attack. Let's find a place to hide first, then we'll make plans. The evil emperor did not plan to leave. If he did not even leave anything behind, it would be too humiliating. Many of the evil spirit race nodded, agreeing with this suggestion. It was better than just standing here foolishly, right? Just as they were about to leave, a terrifying white pillar of light pierced through, covering an even wider area. It could be said that they were all enveloped by it. The dazzling white light instantly turned this place into day, completely illuminating this pitch-black space. Light attribute attack. Their faces were pale. To them, this was their nemesis. If they were attacked, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, in an instant, they quickly consumed the awakening crystal and completely unleashed their power. This time, they were more vigilant, so they were still able to react a little. However, it was only a little. They could only passively defend and not counterattack. The power of the awakening instantly erupted, and all sorts of arms and wings erupted. A pitch-black energy enveloped this world, and even collided with the white light that enveloped them, resisting each other. Boom! The white light continued to fiercely cover them, and all the evil spirit race's vision was filled with white light, making them unable to see anything. When the white light gradually disappeared, another half of his companions had disappeared. This time, even though they were prepared, they still lost less than half of them. The Sky Sovereign level evil spirit race were all killed in battle. There were only a small number of lesser heavenly gods left, and their losses were just as disastrous. They also lost quite a few intermediate Empyrean gods, but the upper Empyrean gods were able to handle it. Most importantly, this was an attack from an intermediate celestial god. Even if he was suppressed, he would still be able to withstand quite a bit of it if the other party were to go all out. Especially when attacking so many experts at the same time, the effect would definitely be scattered. Ah, what kind of damned force is this? How could they have this kind of attack? The evil emperor was about to go crazy. They could only take a beating, but they couldn't kill their way in. This feeling was just too stifling. In the past, he had always crushed his way through, and no force could withstand his offensive. Now, they were the ones being beaten up. If they didn't hide quickly, the next attack would definitely come. They didn't know how many more attacks like this could be launched. Although they could withstand it, they didn't dare to continue enduring this kind of attack. Who knew if it would continue to increase in power? At the very least, this attack was a lot more powerful than the first one. Heavenly God Misfortune, and the others were all astonished by the effects of this attack. This kind of scattered attack, after being ejected, still had such a shocking effect. It really surprised them. What a powerful attack! This is most likely the work of the Divine Spirit tribe. Only the Divine Spirit tribe can have such mastery in this area. Heavenly God Misfortune, and the others sighed with emotion. Even the Fecta's sacred realm couldn't compare to the Divine Spirit tribe in this area. The Fecta's sacred realm only had some mastery in some new things, but when it came to divine seals, the Divine Spirit tribe was still the most powerful. The Divine Spirit tribe's mastery in the field of divine seals was undeniably powerful. Now, they had finally witnessed the true power of the Divine Spirit tribe. After being imbued with a powerful divine seal, it possessed unparalleled power. That's right, this is the mastery of the Divine Spirit tribe. This area originally belonged to the Divine Spirit tribe, but I've become the ruler of the Divine Spirit tribe. Eteonian smiled and didn't hide anything. It should be said that they had already guessed one thing. Only the Divine Spirit tribe could obtain the head of the evil spirits. As such, there was no need to hide anything. In any case, they had already guessed it, so there was no point in hiding anything. As expected, even though they had already guessed it, they were still shocked. The Divine Spirit tribe had set up such a large formation on this planet. From the outside, it really didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. Let's continue to pursue them before they recover. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and the throne in his hand continued to emit light. However, this time, the light it emitted was a dark-type power. After the 5 elemental cores were used up, it was time for the light core. Now that the light core had been used up, it was naturally time for the dark core to explode. Under its frenzied operation, the dark core began to unleash its greatest power. He could have stacked the evil spirit's pearl, but he didn't want to do that. If he stacked the evil spirit's pearl, then it would be exposed. Even though the other party would definitely have their eyes on them, it was better not to expose some things. It was better to hide what should be hidden. Moreover, even if he used the evil spirit's pearl to attack, the power would not be able to instantly kill the evil emperor and the other powerful beings, so he might as well hide it. Outside the barrier, the evil emperor and his subordinates quickly fled into the distance. They wanted to hide far away from this god realm of the 3 realms. Even though it was humiliating, staying there wasn't as simple as being humiliated. They would be completely wiped out. Just as they were about to quickly escape to a nearby planet to hide, a swath of darkness suddenly appeared in the void in front of them and swept toward them, wrapping them inside. Darkness was just that mysterious. It was so mysterious that they were caught off guard. This was the power of the 3rd cannon blast, Void Explosion, a power that was even darker than theirs swept toward them, annihilating everything it came into contact with. Even the small planets nearby were turned into ashes when they were touched. The intermediate heavenly god, who had rushed at the front, didn't even have time to scream before he was quickly turned into ashes. At the same time, he was swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 1663. The terrifying explosion in the void had already reached the level of an upper heavenly god. However, it was only an early stage attack and had not reached the late stage. Unless it was supported by the evil spirit's orb, it might not be able to have a higher level of power. Without the support of the evil spirit's orb, it was already quite amazing to be able to have such terrifying power. Moreover, the area it covered was very wide. Almost all of the evil spirit race S were enveloped within. The evil spirit, heavenly god, that was flying in front was the first to be killed. Some of them reacted and quickly blocked, including the evil emperor. He didn't hesitate to attack the void explosion, wanting to use attack against attack to disperse this power. Not only to protect himself, but also to protect his subordinates. After the void explosion ended, only the upper heavenly gods would survive. Even among the upper heavenly gods, 2 of them had already died. 2 of the most expensive upper heavenly god had died. The middle and lower heavenly gods were all dead, and those that were brought with them were all dead. Although the evil emperor didn't bring elites this time, their potential wasn't bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought them with him. Now, other than the upper heavenly god, the rest were all dead. This level of lethality was simply too terrifying, so terrifying that even Eteonion felt extremely shocked. Unfortunately, the cooldown time was very long. Each of them had a cooldown time of several decades, or even 100 years. The main problem was still the energy problem. Only under the corresponding cooldown time would the energy gap be filled up. Thus, even if Eteonion smashed all sorts of cooling divine level stones, it wouldn't be very meaningful. After all, what he needed was energy, not cooldown time. Unless he smashed all sorts of cores in and let these cores absorb and fill up, he would naturally be able to use them immediately. As a result, he could only fire out 3 shots right now. He couldn't fire any more unless he kept smashing the core. However, even if he smashed the core and was able to use it immediately, it wouldn't be of much use to the remaining experts, and its power would be rather limited. The rest were all extremely powerful existences. This kind of attack didn't have much effect on them. Those who could be effective were all dead now. The power is too strong. They've basically all been cleaned up, and the experience has increased explosively. Eteonion was overjoyed. This was the effect he wanted. The experience he had gained was enough for him to level up. However, he didn't want to level up for the time being. When he wanted to level up, he would naturally level up. Since he couldn't use it for the time being, there was no need to play around like this. Moreover, he could lure the other party. He had always liked to keep a low profile so that the other party would think that he was weak and could easily deal with him. He took advantage of this situation to win every battle. Sinister was indeed a little sinister, but against these guys, this little bit of sinister was nothing. How terrifying! No wonder you said you weren't afraid of the evil monarch bringing powerful beings with him. Not only were you unable to break through the defenses, many of your powerful beings died. Heavenly God Misfortune, and the others were completely flabbergasted. They were extremely elated by this outcome. It's all right. It's just that this move can't be used frequently. It takes a long time for me to recover. Eteonion felt that it was quite a pity. If he could blast it out continuously, he would really be invincible. No one could stop him from conquering all the way. If I could use it frequently, who would dare to stop you? The heavenly goddess Luck rolled her eyes. Possessing such terrifying strength, and yet being unable to break in, the god realm of the 3 realms was invincible in their eyes. The evil monarch was the best example. The arrogant evil monarch had been forced to flee in a sorry state. The evil monarch couldn't even enter the god realm of the 3 realms, let alone die. If news of this battle were to spread, the entire god realm would be shaken. No one would dare to underestimate Eteonion's force. Even the Welong god realm didn't want to befriend weaker god realms. If news of this battle were to spread, it would be hard to say who would be relying on whom. In particular, if Eteonion didn't disclose the cooldown time, everyone would probably think that he would be able to unleash it again after a short period of time. Just as everyone was rejoicing, the evil monarch and the others had already retreated far enough away. However, they still didn't dare to let their guard down. Who knew if an attack would suddenly appear in front of them? All of the subordinates I brought with me have died. The evil monarch's eyes were cold to the extreme, and he was extremely cowardly. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but all of his subordinates had died, and they were fleeing in a sorry state. This wasn't his style at all. It was the first time in history that he had been so cowardly. The other heavenly gods were rather dispirited, clearly caused by the 3 attacks. Lord Evil Spirits, I really can't take this lying down. I'm willing to stand guard here and wait for them to come out. If they come out, I'll kill them or forcefully control them so that I can learn all of their secrets. One of the heavenly god elders stood up. They had always been high and mighty, and now that they were in such a sorry state, how could they just run away like this? I'm also willing to do the same. I'll stand guard here. I don't believe that this barrier will last forever. That's right. At the same time, check out the situation here and see if there's any way to break it. None of them wanted to leave. They wanted to stay here and defend to the death. All right, the evil monarch said coldly, then I'll leave this place to you. I'll go take a look by myself. I want to see if they can still use this kind of attack. This kind of attack definitely can't be used frequently. If they can, I'll exhaust them. The evil monarch didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to observe the surroundings from a close distance and find some flaws. His cultivation was the strongest, so this kind of attack was useless against him. That was why he could wander around willfully. The rest of the evil spirit, heavenly god, nodded and didn't say anything. A few of them flew to other areas, wanting to surround the 3 realms divine, realm without any blind spots. Even if a fly flew out, they would be able to know. After all, they were really about to explode from anger. If they didn't flatten this force, they would really be unwilling. Especially after this matter spread out, they would lose even more face. The evil spirit race had always been known for being domineering and cruel. If they didn't take revenge, they would be known for being cowardly. Following closely behind, the evil monarch quickly flew back to the front of the 3 realms divine realm. He circled around along the way, wanting to see where the weaker ones were, so that he could break through them. However, not long after he flew, a figure appeared in front of the evil monarch, but it was separated by a barrier. Evil monarch, you coming to my force as a guest has truly brought light to my small force.